Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing this morning? That CPI is bussing. It was pretty rough. I feel about 9.1% less wealthy than a year ago. If only we could lose money on options as quickly as the government takes it away from us. Thank you so much, Holgerson. That's pretty cool. Chakuseki, I don't know why everyone's going apeshit over non-fungible token, but I like Lord of the Rings. Fair. Fair. Thank you for the seasoning advice last night. Yeah, no problem, dude. Challenge accepted. Spy puts on open? Or not? Be careful a little bit. Give it a second. This is yeah. Give it a second. Woo, Vix calls. So I just close those. How much are those up? 89%. Yeah, there could be a little bit of relief after the pre-market. Carl became a pigeon whale this morning. Oh, you beautiful son of a bitch. Well done, Carl. 200% is acceptable rate to capture since I only have to lose 100%. I don't know what to do. Jesus Christ. Look at Bobby fighting the fight. It's cute. Happy 21st, Garrick. Thanks. I think the SPY dips into the 360s this week. Yeah, it could. It could fall below 370. Ooh, volatility. So, fun fact, which I didn't realize until I was almost done with the daily DD. ETF FTDs begin today for May OPEX. Today's FTD is brought to you by the 25th. Pigeon Whale song FTD? Wait, who became a pigeon whale? Carl's been a pigeon whale forever. Who do you think incentivized their poor drinking habits? Play it anyway? Alright, fine.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. DRS is the devil, he said. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Jesus, Spy is fighting for its life. Look at that instead of boring GMA. It's trying. Amazon's not. Look at this pile of shit. I think it's time for me to start setting stops on my Amazon position. Did you close your VIX? Yeah, stopped out. Not all of it. I have a bunch of VIX calls, which I will be slowly rotating over the next few days. Oh, I have some here too. Up limit. Let's do. I thought Kramer called the bottom back in Fed. Fuel CPI is super high, yeah. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. Oh, thank you, +1 GMA. Don't worry, Prime Day will save the economy. Just wait till those juicy numbers come in. I will. Good entry for OPEC split calls. Hopefully. Bobby just at $5. That's what it does. It's just chilling. Shareholders meeting tomorrow, right? Tootsie Roll's the only safe haven. Accurate. I wish I knew what time SLD began. It begins at market open and carries through till Monday at market open. So Wednesday through Friday, bell to bell for the completion of deposits. Salmon and pickle juice. Thanks, Knight. Seriously, it's depressing when you oversleep and my daily pickle habit is denied. I begin to panic and shout on stock twits. Whose turn is it to wake up Gurk, etc.? I was on time today, sorta. Thinking 170 re-entry on cat. Thoughts? Yeah, that would probably be my target range. Is like, I mean, it's already on the low resistance right now. So we're approaching our lows from the other day. I might wait till like tomorrow or Friday. See if I can get in just under 170. That'd be great. Hey, GameStop. What a weird stock it's being. CPI indicates we're on track for the destabilization of our economy. Great job. Where is it? Great job to our team, and especially JPAL. And don't forget the staff. Bull trap? Probably, yeah. Well, usually after inflation comes in, we get like a little rally before it falls off into the latter half of the day. Like, don't forget, inflation technically makes equities more expensive, right? So there's a little bit of realization of that generally. No, Grandpa John, dude, any stock that you buy, essentially any stock that you buy at our current price will be split regardless of what day you buy it on. If you buy it like, you know, next was it next Thursday is the last day? As long as you buy it before market open of the day of the split, you'll receive dividend. The 6x ETF with no downside. Yeah. Can you explain what SLD is? It's basically all the big banks and funds have to make their liquidity deposits in order to maintain their margin for the following month. So, you know, this usually results in them selling off chunks of assets that they have on margin, and then using that liquidity to get more margin for the following period. And so that usually causes, you know, a drop in the overall market. No, the CPI is not bullish, right? It'll pull back, don't worry. The CPI was really bad today. Like I said, little oversold in the pre-market, right? Little oversold in the close yesterday. So there's some considerations that have to be made. Yeah, we'll probably not move back up to 380, but we could before coming back down again. So little relief pressure, reposition, and then more shorting most likely. That's why I kind of got out of the short positions on the chop, and I'll probably re-enter on a failed test to the upside. Isn't it likely that if any SLD participants have money still left to pull, it would be in a bearish position? Hard to believe this caught them off guard. Not necessarily, right? They still have core funds that they draw from. Is now a good time to get into OPEX positions? Probably not on this morning's like volatility spike. I would say not. Do you think GME can hit DN before Monday? Probably not. I think logs will remain in control of the chain. Something crazy would have to happen overnight for us to hit DN. I love to see that GME is the only green in your sidebar. Actually, my BBBY $5 August calls are also green. The degenerates of our community have appointed me to petition you to close the August chain. The plan is to close the chain and uninstall the brokerage apps to get their money lost on options back. It seems legit. Interesting. Like, just pretend like we never traded and then just call the brokers and be like, hey, I don't understand why my money's gone. I've had the app deleted this whole time. Curious. I wonder if customer service would be willing to satisfy that. Isn't the whole point of leaving money in the market to the last minute to make money? Yeah. If they left money in bullish positions, they now have to sell it overnight. They just lost big. Not necessarily. I mean, you don't know which bullish positions they have money in. What the fuck is this? Am I going long or short for GME next month? Good question, Carl. Is GME giving anything to shareholders as a dividend, or is this basically a stock split? It's essentially a stock split. There's some accounting differences, but it's very similar to a stock split while not actually being a stock split. Does it matter if I have drip on or off? Apparently not. Do you have any inkling of whether it's the same party involved in shorting GME and Bobby or shorting different entities? I think it's different entities. I mean, the strategies are totally dissimilar. This is fun. Also, loved your soothing and eloquent poetry in the Discord. Trash Dan must be feeling great this AM. Trash Dan's probably still asleep, actually. Did you ban Moonwind again? No. Hey, it's Buckle Up Jen. Oh. Good morning, Buckle Up Jen. Ooh. Good morning, JC. Have any mods accidentally banned themselves before? I don't think so. Morning Jimmy bump covering Knave Gex? Possibly, yeah. I don't know how much of that there was, but I'm sure a little bit of it. This is in the wrong direction. Gonna bounce. Okay, this is pushing up, but we're not. That's interesting. Just get one more surge here. How about calls for 139? There we go. Do you mean to buy calls? It's a bull flag. I think this is the best price Google will see before it splits. I'm still waiting for my entry on Google. I missed the like run Monday morning. But I want to buy for slightly further out anyway, because I think demand on Class A shares is going to pick up after the split. So I want to have like a little bit longer time on the contracts. Fucking now we don't move 6x with the SPY. What the fuck is this bullshit? Oh, by the way, they raided XRT again yesterday for another 1.6 million shares. You bitch. Is SPY not dipping more on this inflation news? It probably will. Give it time. And they're really trying not to let the active funds win here. Hey, look. There's some fucking liquidity, right? What do you think the odds are we see 120 again this week? Decent to sell CSPs on BBBY right now. What, at like 5? You might get assigned on them. What do you consider near the money? Like $1 to $5 out of the money? What are you talking about on GameStop? GameStop's a little different, right? It moves a lot more. Near the money would be like $5, $10 on GameStop. 5, really. IV's coming up a little bit. Yeah, they're just actually gonna short us, huh? These motherfuckers, man. If you're virtue, you just create liquidity when it's not there. Yeah, it's true. It's expensive though to create the liquidity through the MM. And this, I don't think this is being created through just the MM. Borrow rate 37%. Yeah. Is there a 100x SPY ETF? No, but you can play ES. Like you can play ES futures or like ES minis. Those are pretty leveraged. 50x, the like SPX. They're forming the most sacred of the financial triangles. How many GME shares is the same as a million XRT? Could be a million. New billionaires slip by while you've been playing your video game. Sorry. Moon Man. Thank you so much, dude, for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit's
okay, they just stuffed that entire
Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Hard resistances for the SPY. 175, 96 to the downside, then 174.26. After that, 172 to the upside, 178. Big downs post split. Can retail buy pressure move it up? Yeah. So their lack of shorting so far can only mean they don't give a fuck. Too costly. I mean, even this shorting, like for the pressure they're applying, is kind of weak, right? Pretty far behind on chat. Do you take into consideration GME's illiquidity when setting stops? Yes, I try to. I usually, it's not that I set the stop wider necessarily. It's that I set the limit wider. Buying puts, trader, thanks. How low does he spy at 170? Wait, 170? Dude, what the fuck? That's not happening. I mean, not right now. If you're holding Leapley's and you want to maintain the position without losing too much theta, at what point would you consider rolling? August, October? Right, are you just talking about weeklies? What the fuck is a Leapley? How big a float is required for the S&P 500? Well, like the shares outstanding on the SPY? What are you asking? Do you see us hitting 130? That's possible, yeah. I haven't been able to follow for the last couple of days. How are we looking for OPEX? What indicators do we have, and which ones are we still missing? We don't have a very strong negative delta hedge going into OPEX as of right now. That could obviously change tomorrow and the next day. Let's see, we have puts on XRT. Everything else looks pretty good. Yeah, not bad. We haven't been shorted, which is odd. Yeah, our strongest support is at 126.70, but we're still a little ways away from that. You think the bottom of this slide will be the low point for the day, or do you think we'll track the market again throughout the day? I don't know. They're pushing us down pretty hard right now. Like we got pushed down. I mean, yesterday and the day before, this price action would have driven us up very, very fast, right? And they've just been pushing us down through this whole time frame. And now the market's starting to slip, which will give them an even better opportunity to push down. It's available every morning. The XRT shares outstanding. Is there still time for the Delta hedge? Sure, if they start buying a lot of puts today. Which they may be doing. It's a little early for me to tell. Maybe it's not. Let me take a look. Yeah, still a little early for me to tell there. Let me try this. Oh. It's like some in the money puts, but not very much. I have a put position on the SPY at like 390 and on SPX at 38.95. Yeah, I don't think we have 15 likes, Ramza. It's like several hundred. How often do you look at max pain? It's mostly an irrelevant metric if you have like delta neutral and gamma neutral. But every day. I mean, I see it every day. Is a negative delta hedge going to OPEX needed for an OPEX run? It helps accelerate OPEX runs because lots of puts are closed the Friday before, right? Jimmy John, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VWAP, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man.
Oil forming a solid double bottom on the 4 hour. Brent?
And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
These suck. I'll just look on fucking trading view. Whoa. Yeah, it's starting to. Might bounce off like the EMA 30 on the daily. I don't really know how important TA is on crude right now, but have we gone into OPEX run without a negative delta hedge? Not one that's been successful. Well, this year at least. My previous employer cashed out my PTO, which came out to around 10K. Straight to weeklies next week. Nice, Velvet. Occam's razor suggests the simple and obvious explanation tends to be the right one. If we're asking ourselves the question, why aren't they shorting us as hard as they used to, then perhaps we should start entertaining the answer, more uncertainty for that from them equals more. Nope, nope. I just got cut off. Okay. More re. They've also already delta hedged since June, right? Yeah, the market maker is remaining very neutral lately. Nope, it just says re, just RI. More risk for them. Oh, okay. I agree that there's more risk for them. I know that. I don't really think that's the line of logic. They definitely want us shorted, right? We know it presents more risk because there's less liquidity. The question is, why aren't they taking the risk? Bank of Canada increased their interest rate by 100 BPS. Ouch. Well, I think with today's CPI data, the Fed's expectation to lower rates in September is definitely going to be fucked. You know if anything has happened yet to the $5 Bobby prints? The $5 Bobby puts? Some of them got sold off yesterday when it ran a little bit, but I'm sure they bought them back. Just short into any gex with the market. I mean, I think they're gonna try to fucking destroy weeklies today and tomorrow. A shitload of people went and I doubt it's very many of you, but retail investors, like the last 2 days have just been buying calls for Friday. And we know what the market maker does when people do that. They'll just do the same shit they did in June. You know, they'll fucking hedge the upside, drop IV, and then crush the weekly calls. Force a sell off. Yeah, totally not you guys, right? See, one of the benefits of farther dated calls, not only, you know, to protect your own risk, is that the market maker has far more incentive to hedge them. Yeah, in and out positions are fine for weeklies, but like trying to hold them, that's the difference, right? It's like most people in here that are buying weeklies are in and out of them. They know the risk. They're probably not diamond handing them into expiry, right? Same thing with June OPEX. But people who are less informed, like their trading habits are very obvious when we're looking at like the options chain. Like they're holding out of the money fucking calls open into Friday. Like, yeah. Well, retail was insignificant. We don't affect the price. Oh, we do with options. That's different. That's leveraged retail, right? That adds a multiplicative value to our capital. Leveraged retail, quite powerful. For example, Jan 21. Say multiplicative again. Uh So when's the rule not to allow resale to trade options again so they can manage the markets easier? I don't know if they need to worry about that right now, right? They just destroy the economy, uh, and force people out of their homes into financial situations where they don't have to worry about them gambling into the market. Big orders coming in. Check the order book. Yeah, I see the shares bought. Perhaps we had it right the first time around. A little bit, yeah. But you know, I mean, retail's selling off of their short dated contracts is ultimately what allowed, you know, them to turn their hedge around and begin shorting us in January of 2021, right? So, I still contest that if retail had longer dated calls going into the Jan run up last year, it would have kept going. Them shutting off the buy button wouldn't have stopped anything, right? Because they couldn't have gotten the market maker to sell off the hedge. They couldn't have de-risked. But their calls were expiring, so what were they going to do? Boy bar rate rising, a good thing for OPEX. Yeah. Would pump IS by 50% and drop U by 15%. I'm smooth. It's probably like an equity offering. So one share of the other for X and whatever ratio of shares of the first. I have ported puts on SPY QQQ. Why are we going up? It's not really going up, is it? Do you expect a slump in the latter part of the day? It's possible. I mean, they're pushing back today. They're pushing back hard against the active fund buy pressure. Like, did you see those orders that came in when we fucking topped 135? It was like 20,000 shares bought, 40,000 shares bought. It was a big order. Are there lentil futures? Probably. I'd imagine one of like the grain ETFs. Whales loading up at 135. Or just them dumping internalization at 135. I cannot find the call interest for late Jan, April 21. Do you have screenshots of the in the money data? No, but I know we have the data somewhere. You can scrub it off of TDA's API. Like the historic data. I mean, you don't even need to go to all that trouble here. It's pretty fucking easy. You just go out to GME on the daily and look at what happens on Friday. Oh, you bitch. TradingView might be worse than fucking Epic Pen. There it is. So Friday was the 29th? And then everyone sold their fucking calls, right? Everyone who chased basically from the 22nd on was buying like Jan 29 calls, right? They cut off the buy button and then their options were expiring, but you could still sell options. So they sold their options. Most people that were in the January run were not in it before like January 13th. Like the vast majority of them were not in it before January 13th. And by the time, you know, they were buying in into like, you know, the week of the 25th, um you couldn't afford anything. Like the fucking options were so goddamn expensive. You couldn't have bought anything besides weeklies. You're still confident in RC double down for BBBY? I don't know what other options he has. I mean, he can bail, I guess. I heard a DD saying BBBY is shorted beyond legal. Sure. That's probably because he's reading old 13Fs and he thinks there's like 130% institutional ownership. Peak degen. This might be a hedge. OG. Are there actual buyers on the other side of the $20,000 call? I get that the underlying IV, etc., can push up the value, but what is fill probability during a crazy run? I wasn't on GME and Gen, no idea. Well, the spreads were insane, so market makers were going nuts. I mean, Citadel, Virtue, every market maker that could was jumping in on GameStop, right? Like if people are buying, you know, fucking contracts that are like 210 for like 215, 220, right? And then fucking paper handing them at break even. You're just fucking killing it as a market maker, right? Like the spreads were crazy, like, you know, like 185, fucking 240, shit like this. This is where MMs make money. And then you had fucking the Volgavana squeeze going on. So you have all these volatility positions coming in and buying these like far out of the money calls at like 500% IV. It was phenomenal for market makers. I made more money on SPY puts this past week than I made in Jimmy in the last year. Jimmy's not an easy stock to trade. Why'd you remove Moonbase from your resistance support? Did I? I probably just forgot to like copy and paste it. Huh. I don't remember the last time that was in there. I feel like it's been a while. Is there no MOASS thesis that applies anymore? Is it dead? I don't think it's dead. I still think there's like the possibility for, you know, like gamma squeezes and Volgavana squeezes. You know, Volgavana squeezes maybe a little bit less, but they could still happen technically. I don't see a route, like an effective route to a short squeeze anymore. Some shorts could get squeezed out in one of those other squeezes, but they have too many channels to get out of it. Aside from like a share recall or something, which we're unlikely to see. If they release internalization at 135, do you think that's the lowest they'll push it for today? I mean, we'll see what the SPY does, right? The SPY's breaking down kind of right now. It's a big sloppy head and shoulders. Honest question, do you think they closed shorts they opened when Jimmy was at $5 or $10? And if they didn't, and they probably never did, right? They've probably averaged them up over the last, like, fucking year and a half, right? Like, if I can average up my shitty losing position, they definitely can. BBY earnings was like a couple weeks ago, man. You mean the shareholders meeting? Maybe. It depends on what time it is. If they have it at some obscene time early in the morning, fuck no. When are you looking to get back into August calls? Not yet. They're cheaper than where I sold them yesterday, so that's cool. But I'd like them a little bit cheaper than that. Would you say it's a good sign that we're not crashing as hard as the SPY? Yes. Wasn't the split our best shot at seeing this occur? Yeah, it is. It still is. No, there's no requirement for a share recall. They can just fucking pack it into more debt. It doesn't matter. The only really compelling point that I can find where they won't just fucking eat it and push it out like 60 days till post split is the ETF requirement for pro rata distribution of dividends. This is interesting. I don't know if this is what Cohen's specifically targeting. He could be. You know, most of GameStop's institutional ownership is in ETFs. So it's possible. But even in the ETFs, right? The ETF could just write a forward and they can move it out to like September, August, OPEX, probably September. Right? And then they can clear all of that post split in a much more favorable environment. OPEX's settlement is next week. Expiration is Friday. What the fuck was that? What's going on with TLT? Why is TLT bumping? Huh. Is it just me or is GameStop front running SPY pumps? Sometimes. I wouldn't rely on that, but a little bit. How come a share recall is so hard to do? Burry caused one in 2019. Because they've overlent and they wouldn't want to. Unless they were going to sell their positions, but they're not really long the stock, right? They just buy it to track indexes. In 2019, there were actual longs. I forgot to ask how you're doing today. I'm doing all right. market maker hedge is getting out of control. What's an ETF? God damn it, turd. Treasury shorts covering? There's so many of them. Maybe. Alright, now we're doing weird shit again. Hmm. Retail buying. Will they be doing some early OPEX covering? No. Well, a little bit. They can gain a neutral hedge, right? But they can't cover the obligations until after they're due. Was this computer share buying in? No, not the right day. Oh, that looks like a fucking bull trap. Oh, fuck. Interesting. This is retail buying August calls. Hmm. Is it though? A little bit. Lots of 130 puts. August 200, 180, and 150 puts are picking up, which looks like that shorting from earlier. Hold on. Volume's dropping. Hmm. What's this nonsense with the SPY? It makes no sense at all. There's not even a lot of volume in it. Oh, there's very, very little volume. GameStop is just super fucking erratic right now. Is it delivery day for yesterday's full bull FTD? I don't think so. We'll see. I wonder if they're going to start buying puts again, like they did earlier. Is Tesla dragging the market? Could be a little bit. Why is it even running? Just no reason. Is there any news on Tesla today? Are there other anomalies in other meme stocks? Specifically which? I mean, yes, but which? Does SPY have a gap from PM? Probably. It may not anymore. Not really. There's no. I thought there was one earlier when I looked, but I don't see it. If there was, it was like right here. And that's like like 378 range, but I think it may have filled, so it's not showing up. But yeah, I think there was one in here somewhere. It was either here or here. I may have filled earlier. See if they're gonna walk it back down again. Elon pumping his stock so he can sell some for his Twitter lawsuit. Is that pickle hat merch? Is that hat pickle merch? It's dope. No, there's no pickle merch. What other stocks have this many intraday candles? If Tesla's running, I blame Carl. He probably bought calls on it. If MOASS and major squeezes are looking less likely, you're going to start considering diversifying away from GME. Do you have a timeline for when you will? Probably not until after September. Like November. if I were to, I don't think I'm ever gonna get rid of my long position. I'm I'm up massively on it, and covered calls are shrinking my cost basis by like $20 a quarter. So no, I don't think it's low-key share recalls. To be fair, Stefan, DDS isn't really part of very many active like mutual funds. Or very many active traded funds at all, actually. So DDS is a little more immune to market volatility than GameStop is. There's no evidence in the volume of share recalls, I don't think. Or at least not sufficient volume to back that thesis. Did the market not get the CPI data? Oh, it did. Didn't I say this morning it can test 380 before coming down? It's very possible. SPY isn't vupping. It's down 70 basis points. It just depends on how your brokerage does the accounting for covered calls. Some brokerages will reduce your cost basis, or your cost basis. Some won't. How many GME do you own? A bunch. Could the effects of SLD only start showing up tomorrow on the SPY? Sometimes, yeah. Wednesdays on bad CPI data tend to be a little bit volatile, right? Because the market prices in the fear, and then it needs to price in the inflation. And then they start making liquidity deposits, which ultimately drives the price down. Why is GME MOASsing? It's not. It's pushing up with the market pressure, and then not pushing down with the equivalent market pressure. It's doing the same shit it did yesterday. So only up, right? I want to see 160 today. It's pretty unlikely. What price is critical margin level on GME? That's not a thing. Profits on UVXY calls evaporated in 7 minutes. Stop losses. NW. Stop losses. I'm selling CC better on WeBull or Fidelity. Thinking about where to hold my shares. I hate using options on Fidelity, but Fidelity is definitely the safer brokerage. I'll sell covered calls. It's not that hard to sell covered calls on Fidelity. We still expect downs on GME this week. There's still a lot of time left in this week. I have calls, I have puts. I just don't give a shit what direction it goes, frankly. Not only is critical margin not a thing, that guy's Dorito busted like 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. Why is J4 so bearish on OPEX next week? Before I start buying into my position tomorrow, I want to know. He wants to see a negative delta hedge on GME before he's confident that we're going to run. I don't know if I fully agree with that. I don't think we need to see it, but I think it does represent a large portion of the VUPs that we experience. So it is unfortunate to be going into an OPEX period with a mostly neutral market maker. If I buy shares of Google today, will it still split on the 15th? Internet and TDA don't have definitive answers. If you buy calls, it will. But yeah, I mean, if you own shares today, you'll still split. You'll still get shares after the split. He's asking at what level there's a margin call, which we have no way of knowing. Yeah, it's just a ridiculous assumption to make. You don't believe in MOASS being a likely event, however, you are a large GME holder. In your opinion, what bullish event would lead you to offload your shares? I'll just wait for growth, right? Like the e-commerce growth just started in like Q2 of this year. So and like no one's even paying attention to that. Everyone's got all their interests tied up in like the fucking NFT marketplace, which does not represent like the greater valuation for GameStop, right? Like the important valuation is its e-commerce sales, and if they can, get these fulfillment centers up and running and, start selling shit online and diversify their product range, that's what's going to add market cap, right? And with a like, cost basis of essentially, 1/3 of our 1/4 of our current price, I really have no incentive to sell, especially given the volatility of the underlying, right? Like my shares are worth more in volatility than they are in stock value. I can make more money selling cover calls over the course of a year than I can off GameStop going to like $250 or $300. Having to explain intergalactic fairy bears statements multiple times per day, same like explaining Creand and Linux STD. No. I mean, like, I know why he's bearish. I understand it. I don't fully agree that we're gonna see nothing, but I do agree that a neutral market maker is not the best. No, you don't need a margin account to sell covered calls. Why do you hate options on Fidelity? Their system's dated and shitty and hard to use. It's okay once you get it all set up. I used to trade on ATP. I know it's just not my favorite. They've promised for years that they were going to update it and come out with a new UI. They don't have stop limits, which as an options trader, I'm not a fan of. Like, not real ones. Researching stock splits and Dollar General, I went through 11 split dividends, 11 different stocks. And Hi, Carl. Yes, thank you, Emperor 5000. Hi, Carl. Did I miss a super chat? No. Okay. Do you think the SPY is coming back down? I don't know. I figured we could see a test of 380 today, or 380 today, before moving back down. So we'll see. It's getting a little more hung up. I would have liked to have seen a harder rejection, frankly. There's no way to buy a share that doesn't split and your cost basis gets fucked. I mean, you can buy shares after the split and those won't split. Does SLD deposit get made during the day or after market? I think at any time over the course of the 3 days. Has Bearcat accounted for the fact that the market maker is tired of holding bags every OPEX and is changing its strategy? It's possible. I don't think that's the case, right? The market maker makes a lot of money on GME OPEXs. They're not really holding the bag per se. They probably don't like satisfying the exposure. Like the risk might be too great. But market makers taking a step back from GME wouldn't be necessarily a good sign, right? There's a fine line between GME's current liquidity and like something like DDS, where the market makers have just completely walked away. The same high as yesterday. A little lower. Hmm. It's trying. See this high volume like stagnation that we've been seeing for like the last 10 minutes. This is usually like institutional selling. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I'm right. IV down from yesterday overall. Yeah. IV keeps dropping. What will your confirmation be? For what? That's on Pokemon Rocket Suite. I don't really have any. Unless they split again. Who? Would the annual shareholders meeting for Bobby be a good time to announce things like the selling of the baby subdivision? Yeah, it would be. Price appreciation is not the same on normal retail stock splits as it was on Tesla. So Tesla is a bad example to compare ourselves to, as it was likely narrative trading. I agree. But there are similarities between GameStop and Tesla in the volatility positions and the number of FTDs generated. I mean, obviously, Tesla's not a good example when compared to retail because, you know, it's not a fucking retailer, right? I don't know. I was more interested in the Tesla comparison because of the FTD's ETF exposure and volatility swaps. RDS? Volatility is going down, Matthias. 2 DTE SPY, 375p, free money. 378 could be. 375 you might not. Well, you might have enough time. Max pay is 142-ish. I looked this morning, it was at 135. Unless you have a live update on it. What happens with calls expiring after the dividend? Do those also get the split? Yep. Oh, the relative delta strength? What about it? It was picking up. And that just means that we have like a favorable hedge, right? And because a lot of our price actions being driven by weeklies, that can reverse very quickly, I think. This is interesting. It feels like there's a lot of interested buyers at this price, but there shouldn't be. What are your thoughts on today's action so far? Not what you expected? Kind of exactly what I expected, at least for the market. It's like literally doing exactly what I said it would do at market open. Does anybody know if there's any settings that need to be changed? At Fidelity for the stock split. According to Fidelity and TDA, no. It doesn't matter if you're on drip or not, they're gonna give you the shares. Rip your puts, they're fine. We'll just average them down, right? I don't think it's going to take a lot to put them in the money. Wind downs this week. On average down, I was hoping for 120 to 125 range. Yeah, that's probably not that likely right now. That'd be a hell of a push to the downside for you to see that. I would say that the odds of dropping below 126.70 are pretty slim right now. People getting confused by dividend reinvestment. I see. Why are there 8,000 calls or the 300 strike for Friday? Because people are stupid, or they were hoping to make money off of implied volatility, which has been dropping all week. When will you know the rate hike? Oh, the next Fed minutes, if they're going to change it. So not till like next month, early next month. So the interest rate change from 0.75 to 1. Yeah, they can move forward with 1. 1% in for July or June. Yeah, July. Wait, when's the actual meeting? Is that in a couple days? I think they can move forward to the 1% for June. But they'll probably raise their or push out their timeline for the rate drop. Which is a lot of the reason the market rallied, right? Is the Fed was like, "Oh, we're gonna, consider start pulling back on the rate increase in September," and the market really liked that. But with the CPI data today, I don't know if that's going to continue to be the case. I think the Fed will come in hawkish again. What's the real reason for the split dividends? Does there have to be one? I don't know. Maybe Cohen can finally say, "Look, I did the thing. Nothing happens." With decrease in oil prices, next CPI report is set to show lower CPI data next month. I did say that, ETFs do have to issue dividends on their underlying stock pro rata. So, that's the only compelling point I see. I just don't know how much of an effect that'll have, because ETFs can essentially pad their books, right? Into the next quarter, which means they'd still be settling out post split. Don't get me wrong, it'll trigger like a potential run up, but after the split. So it may not be as crazy. What percentage of your OPEX position are you in? I sold off like all of the OPEX position I was in, except for Jan 950s yesterday. This JPEG is the biggest crook. He sold at the top, making us be the bag holder. Hey, listen, he told everyone when he sold. Do you ever use MACD as an indicator? If no, why not? I do. I use MACD on longer time frames. It's by far the most reliable oscillator. But you have to remember that it's lagging, right? It's slow. Would it be advantageous for Ryan to buy more GME pre-split or post-split? I don't know if he's gonna buy anymore. There's no change to his current holdings. Like the 100,000 he bought just maintained his ownership stake from the shares, the 5 million shares released last June. And if he does buy more, it's going to be probably like an inconsequential amount. I'm still bullish on July OPEX. I'm approaching it with caution, right? Why Jan 950s, Ivy? Yeah, very little delta sensitivity. GME trading above TWAP. That's exciting. It did that yesterday. Still? Are you on a delay? Or is it just this range is above TWAP? Looks like SPY's gonna try to push up. This is fucking not. They're not buying any calls at like 381, 382. Like, there's no bullish speculation to the fucking upside at all right now. Why? Even on SPX. August OPEX is where it's at. I mean, if they kick the can from the split, it would get kicked out to September. Most likely. I mean, we'll see where they roll the XRT obligations, but yeah, if they're kicking out like obligations due because of the split that are created next week, it'll probably be in September. You know, we do have a lot of FTDs today. I wonder how much of an effect that's having. Is Elon buying the stock market? Is there a scenario following a hypothetical OPEX run going straight into the split? We don't see a hard decline in price and maintain a higher floor. We could. I know about Wyckoff. I posted it in the Discord last night. Interesting. Because everyone with real money at risk knows this is going much lower long term. Yeah, but this is some volume. See? See if this sustains. This is a lot of volume. 474,000. Huh. So we shouldn't be seeing that much movement from Tesla this week. Oh. There's definitely a lot more liquidity today. S&P 500 and BTC, same chart. I mean, they do track similarly, yeah. They have to price in inflation, right? So inflation causes the price of equities to rise. But it's longer term bearish. I'm pretty bearish on Jimmy. I think we're gonna see the share price drop 75% soon. You're not wrong, Average Joe. Ridiculous. These moves are pretty wild, yeah. Fucking volatile as shit market. See, like, there's a bump in call OI at 380. This is true on the SPX also at 3800. But like after that, it's just a wasteland. There's nothing. So there's like nothing to sustain movements up here except just buying, but it's fucking SLD. So Jimmy's supposed to 40-ish, then FOMO's to 60, 80, ergo tendies, then sell off. I mean, generally when stocks split, they drop pretty hard. It's usually not like an upside post split. Not immediately. I would expect some selling of calls picked up this AM. Oh, I don't know about that. Plunge protection team keeping the market up? No. Simp Q up 30%. Cool. There's some weird shit going on with that. Would there be greater potential for any sort of squeeze to happen before split or after? That depends on how share obligations are handled. It could be either or. If they recall next week, right? You know, we could see GameStop run like crazy pre-split. If they just let them fail and push it out, then we probably won't see it till like September-ish. I have no idea how they're gonna handle it, right? I'm not them. We'll know after next week, or we'll have a better idea after next week. I'm keeping the 137 puts. I haven't sold them yet. You guys paper hand your positions too quickly. Sometimes the right thing to do is average down. It's not always right to just bail. Can you please answer my question? Is OPEX not happening next week in your opinion? I mean, OPEX is happening next week. I don't know how you want me to answer that. See, what you're asking me for is tell me exactly what the stock is going to do after the CFO got fired. They dropped an NFT marketplace and there was a split announcement. You want me to predict the future for you, and I can't do that, man. I can tell you that there is, the potential for an event next week. You can get exposure to that event if you want to, or not. If you manage that exposure well, you probably won't lose too much money, even if it doesn't happen. You can't predict chaos. You can just analyze it and determine the best probability outcomes. Fucking Christ. God, I'm getting tired of that. You guys have been doing this for a fucking year. Get your shit together. Thanks, Helly. Individual investors fud themselves without cheerleading. Yeah. You gonna sell your puts? Not yet. Tell me what I'll have for dinner on 4/7/2050. Meatloaf. When was the last SLD? Can you show us on the SPY chart? Sure. Here. Right? No. When was it? It was 6. Where's my... Hold on. 6/15? So it was here. So the market went up a little bit, right? Retested 382 and then went down until Monday. The following week where it regained a little ground. This is where it touched like 366. I said it this morning. The Wednesdays can be pretty volatile. Bearish? A little bit. Slowest breakdown of the SPY ever. SPY net delta went from 3.4 million to 2.4 in the last 20 minutes during that run. So maybe ouchie downs. Yeah. Well, I think a lot of the 380s are going to sell off, and that's the only thing supporting it right now. Acting like you don't predict and create the future. We all know you're a wizard with magical BlackRock elves. Bro, did you see that the borrow rate went up? Yeah, I'm well aware. Thank you, Dorcas McPorcus. It's a pennant. Why are stocks going down with inflation going up? Well, they went up a little bit, right? Like they priced in the increase in inflation, and now they can go down a little bit because the economy's fucked in a big steaming pile of burning shit. Remember when they said that oil prices falling would mitigate inflation? That was a funny joke. Yeah, except the trading price of crude per barrel has very little to do with how inflated it is. Your triangle saved my puts. Oh, Jesus. Has the 60K from the marketplace been priced in yet? I think so. Yeah. You can always present your case to the Louvre, Gaz. I don't understand why people are freaking out this run. If you didn't take 50% on your weekly SPY puts this morning, you can't be helped. Yeah, I mean, I closed my like Amazon and VIX positions up like almost 100%. It was awesome. I don't understand the big sads. It's, you know, there's a time to take money. There's a time to hold, right? You have to learn which one to do. Please draw more SPY murdering triangles. I think the SPY can murder itself just fine from now on. Although, a little more 380 interest right now coming in. You gotta know when to hold them and gotta know when to fold them. Yeah. He was right. Another triangle, please. One hasn't formed yet, Nesquick. Almost 500,000 in SPY 380 puts in the last 2 minutes. Yeah. It's turning, but it's slow. There's a lot of open interest at 380. About half the net delta sold off, and now puts are being bought at 380 in the money, which should help push it down even further. But remember, a lot of the SPY's price action isn't necessarily dictated by its delta. It's dictated by the interest of, the interest in the shares. It trades a lot of volume. And don't forget that there's, positions that weren't short, right? That wanted to get out today. This is another like effect that you need to pay attention to, especially on indexes, because this is like primes trading this shit, right? These are big boys. They'll have like calls here at like 380, right? Expecting a small upside move or they'll have a hedge at 380, like a straddle or a spread. And they will pump this shit and get their fucking underwater contracts back in the money, close their position, and then dump everything, right? This is very common on SPX, on the SPY. It's something you need to pay attention to. And anytime there's a big slide, the chances of it like retracing or pulling back are very high, because institutions want to recapture their hedge before letting you know, the other side of the leg continue to print. I bought a 385 P just before SPY fell below 385 yesterday. Got stopped out protecting profits this morning for once. Re-entering my SLD positions now. Thanks for the wrinkles. Also, why did RC move the BBBY shareholders date? He didn't. No problem, Daniel, not a Dan. Why is Jimmy's IV dropping when the price is going up and OPEX is next week? You know, there's kind of a reason, but I feel like explaining it's not going to help anybody. Suffice to say that the market makers are fucking with IV. They're fucking with delta values in the chain in order to bring IV down on farther out of the money positions. They've done it for a long time during like IV crush periods, but people knew how to big money will win on both sides. People need to know that big money will win on both sides. Yeah. But there's a lot of waves to catch in their wake, right, Segan? You know that better than most. Having enough capital to move markets to ensure capital sounds like a good time. Yeah. It's pretty great. So they play both sides so they always come out on top. They just take risk-free positions. Right? I mean, like, Goldman, fucking JPM, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, all of those guys just accrue assets, right? And then when shit goes south, they buy up even more. They make money in good economies and they make money in bad economies. They're just constantly accruing more and more and more assets over time. That's all they do. They don't give a fuck about the price in the market. None of it matters. They just buy shit. And the value of the shit they already own continues to float any of their forward ventures. They're too big to fail. They really are. Made 3K on SPY puts in 10 minutes. Thanks for teaching. No problem. Positions in Google? Not yet. Still waiting. So Google actually moved. Like, if you were in it on Monday, you probably did really well. Because Monday it like opened low at like 342 and peaked at like 408. But I missed this. I was busy with other shit like at market open. Now I'm waiting for an entry. So I'm gonna see if SLD can get it down to around like 2100 again. But the split's Friday, so I don't know. It's kind of interesting. It moved up kind of nicely today. A little bit, but yeah, I think it could drop a little bit today, and hopefully I can get an entry for tomorrow. If I don't see a good one, I may just not, and I'll get calls after the split. And then I could probably buy more time on them. A little less leverage, but maybe more time. I'm very interested in the Class A options specifically. because with the split happening, institutions will want to gobble up these now cheaper voting rights. And so I think IV is gonna bump a lot on the Google like near the money contracts. How am I the anti-Houston Wade? I mean, besides the fact that like we don't do the same thing at all professionally. Why the fuck is Matt Kors showing up on my WeBull newsfeed? He's getting that sponsorship money. That's way too simplistic, hurtful full beef. I mean, think of like a covered call. Like a covered call is essentially a risk-free position if you have capital on the side, right? Like you can roll covered calls forward for eternity and never sell your shares. John Parker, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Houston claims banks are failing, losing money acting as a prime for short hedge funds and GME. I appreciate your input. Yeah, I don't think the banks are failing yet. That's probably a few years out. We'll see. If we see banks fail, it'll probably be during like a deflationary economy. Ooh, IV bumped. That's fun. Are we gonna price in like a real downside move now or what? Not if your CCs get exercised early. Dude, if you're rolling forward out of the money covered call positions and they get exercised early, you made a profit. Like if someone's exercising your out of the money sold call, you've just killed it, right? Like that's fucking awesome. What if your cost basis is too high? You're still selling the stock for more than it's worth at market. So you buy back in, and the difference between the exercised price that was out of the money and the current trading price is your profit or reduction in loss. People who are not taking profits in the morning and who set less stops are probably trying to deal with day trade restrictions. I mean, if you're trading under $25,000, you should not be using margin, right? You shouldn't have to worry about PDT. You should probably be using a cash account. Yeah, that means you can only settle trade, like, you can only trade settled cash, but it also, you know, protects you from getting fucking PDT restricted. And if you're trading options, the settlement's only 1 day. So your capital is available the next day, right? And on most brokers, it's available the same day on a cash account. So cash accounts below $25,000 are just strictly superior to margin accounts below $25,000. Because let's be honest, if you have less than $25,000 and you're a professional trader, you're definitely not experienced enough to be fucking playing with margin. Where did you see the IV bump on the SPY? No, GME bumped IV, not the SPY. There's an IV bump on GME right here. It's gone now. It's relatively back to where it was, but they took my house because I was on margin. Have you talked about new single stock levered ETFs? No. They have them in Europe already. That's what Victor's always carrying on about. Because he has like 3x Tesla. I wonder how many people bought SPY and QQQ straddles on open. It's a good question. Do you play Hold'em? I used to. I tried to do it as a job when I was like back when I was in college. Because I got tired of working real jobs and it was just way more boring than even a real job. And like I didn't have a lot of money, right? I was in school and like I was paying my like kind of paying my own way. So it ended up being kind of not worth it. I was just like up all night for like 12 hours playing Hold'em. Oh shit. To make like $150, $200 a night. Like bartending was way better, and at least I got to go to bed at, 2 or 3. Although that might have been the point in my life where I stopped sleeping, so I'm not really sure. I'm not sure how much of an effect that had. Random simple moving average guy, giving you the latest in random simple moving average facts. GME Daily has been consolidating perfectly between the SMA 200 and SMA 500 since June 22nd. Did you see the Wyckoff thing last night, Stefan? You should go look up my post history. That'll get your dick hard. I've been only hold him for 18 months. What are you looking at to see these small changes in IV on the chart? I have a shitload of GME 950s. So I just look at those. They're very sensitive. Are you guys talking about Texas Hold'em? Well, we were, and then we were talking about Stefan's penis. You know if there's a website where you can see historical gap data on GME in a graph? No? Who gives a shit? I botched trying to play one of the Pickles picks, but I still made about 20% profits. Thanks, Dad. You know, a 20% gain on a trade is not botched, right? Woodlorf. That's just a successful trade. 950C sensitive, same like koala hugger. Yeah. Big spy trickles through VWAP or bounce. Take a look. Ah, it looks weak. We'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if we can hold this range a little longer today. Maybe here to here. Like that would be, it would be perfectly reasonable for us to trade like in that for the rest of the day. We could fall lower. I mean, the news was really fucking bad, but generally the bigger effect of SLD is felt the following day. Hey daddy, I'm on the beach. Jimmy spy what doing today? Love you, daddy. Can send sleeping dog pics if you want. I'm okay, thanks. I don't want to see your dog. I hope you're enjoying your day on the beach though. Thank you so much, Jean-Claude. Did you get off your BBY puts? I'm still up, but I'm thinking of rolling out further for more downs. I rolled them. Yeah. I probably should have weighed in on that. I forgot there were people still on that play with me. Yeah, I rolled them out a little bit at the beginning of this week. On that like little rally. I flipped them out to August. Same strike. Isn't 20% ideal? 20%'s phenomenal. I think sometimes it's missed how fucking amazing at trading I am. When Pickles picks 100% your options, that's not normal, right? Like, I'm actually a stock god. Most guys spend their entire day grinding out like 2% profits on shitty day trades. We're better than that here, you know? But yeah, 20% is amazing. Hey, back off, man. You do a little better than 2%, right, Segan? I'd hope. You're fucking YOLO and 0 DTE SPX calls, you better be. I love like going from like where Discords where I used to trade and like being in the pickle jar and people are like, I only like 2x'd my options. Fuck this market. It's just the best. Most guys charge a lot more than 25 bucks a month. I know, but that's because they're con artists. So they got to charge a lot up front because once people realize they're full of shit, they'll leave. If I have you streaming on 2 computers, does that count as 2 viewers? Not if you're on the same account. I don't think. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's double your port in a year. Solid. Okay, I sold all my Tesla puts at 60% loss. I'm going into calls now. Get theta. Because if SLD hits this thing, it's going to hit it like a Mack truck, Carl. Also, Carl, just because I care about you. I know you've made some money on Tesla, but you're not ready for it yet. Especially if you just lost 60% on puts. How many subs do you have right now? I have no idea. YouTube, so YouTube updates me in the past, but then subtracts current numbers. So it looks like I always have like 400 members. But if I look at the Discord, there's more than that. So I never have any fucking clue. And then a lot of people sign up for like Dillionaire and never join the Discord. Like they just do it to like contribute or whatever, and then like they don't join like the Dillionaires Club at all, which to me is weird, but cool. Thank you, I appreciate it, but a friend of mine this morning was talking about how much more value there is in this group than others, knowing how it trades, cringy behavior. We have it all. We really do. Is there a national shortage of shredded hash browns, or is it just me? Everything else in my store has gotten restocked, but I haven't had for weeks. Potato calls? No, that can't be a thing. Yeah, you pulled back pretty hard in like January, right? If I remember correctly. If SLD hits, I think we all know it is when SLD hits. We never, well, that's not fair because we never know the exact effect of SLD, right? Like some SLDs aren't quite as crazy as others. That's a simp move. For sure, congrats on your inherent attractiveness. Thanks, Mr. Poopy Pants. Thanks, Kitty Pickle. My biggest position this year, though, is my put position on your friendship with your buddy and his marriage. Looking for 1,000% return, or 1,000x returns on that clown fiesta. Dude, I don't know what's gonna happen, man. He hasn't fucking paid me at all yet, and his firm is not doing well. Like I see the shit he posts, and like he's definitely not getting a bonus this quarter. My name is Bithead, pretender to VWAP Pontiff, and I put their pickle in my jar. I know the shame of public donation. It has been 0 days since I last pushed illicit membership on my fellow sufferers. I admit that drinking from the pickle jar is disgusting, and I am here to reform with the help of Lady VWAP. Blessings to all. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it. So should I take 18% profit on these spy puts? I mean, you should at least like set a stop at 10% profits or something, right? Like that's like how you do it is, you know, you're like, oh, you know, I want to protect like these profits, right? And then, you know, whatever happens down here, I'm cool with. Like if it goes down more, awesome. If it snaps back, I cut and ran with my 10% and I can reposition. I think too many people get like caught up in the idea that like once they've entered their position, that until their thesis is fully realized, they can't exit their position. And you know, sometimes you just don't get what you want out of it, and you gotta pull back and, you know, wait. There's always another opportunity, right? Just because you found one doesn't mean it's the last one. Bithead, thank you so much, dude. Guys, big shout out to Bithead for gifting 20 memberships twice. God damn it. Thank you so much, man. Guys, make sure you thank Bithead for that, and welcome to Cornishon, everyone. Also,
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Twin Peaks Townie, Cock Magic, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Welcome to Cornishon, literally fucking everyone who watches this channel. Thank you guys for destroying the time restriction in the chat and ensuring that I'm never fully caught up. I appreciate it. It makes my day a lot easier. Also, we hit 20,000 people, so if some of you want to fuck off, you know what to do. Is paper handing Zillionaire to get free Cornishon like arbitrage? No. It's like selling spy and buying BBBY. Win Pickles Plus membership. I can't believe I just gifted John Wick a membership. Grooving to the music. Thanks. You got it, Bithead. Thank you so much, man. About 713, 376 puts on the SPY open. Thinking downs on CPI. Did I play myself? Or is there a chance I can get out flat if I'm patient? Oh. Fuck it. Open? And you bought them in the money? Why didn't you cut them? I don't know what to tell you, man. Like you're probably fucked. You've got until 2 p.m. before your position just gets obliterated by theta. You might get a better exit if this fails right here and we can fall below VWAP. But it's going to need to fail pretty fast. And we still can't get 1,000 likes before noon. Yeah, we can. I just don't ask anybody for them. Guys, like the fucking stream, please. Then I don't have to talk about it. Just hit the like button. Over there, yeah, I know you gotta exit full screen. And it's a lot of work. And you're not gonna get a lot of thanks for it, but been hate watching for 15 months. I'm stubborn enough to do another 15. We have seen the SPY move up on days of poor CPI before. The days following, we've seen big downs. Do you see this happening again? Also, any sign of GME dipping this week? We'll see. I mean, we double topped, right? Yeah, I do think that we're gonna see some downside into the end of the week. I'm counting on it. Should I paper hand my puts? I don't know. Did you buy 0 DTEs? Like, if you guys are buying into 0 DTEs, you have to fucking close that position like a door in the face of a stepchild. You can't just fucking hang on to 0 DTEs through dips. You'll just fuck yourself. Boss Blunts, head of quants. Who the fuck is this guy? Did you think that I wouldn't ban you because you fucking became a billionaire? If JFresh wants to sacrifice you for the ritual, I'll sacrifice you for the ritual. Can you explain how to close the door in the face of a stepchild? I don't know, just with force. I was spared by the cat for now. Is Bithead same as Ryan Cohen? Obviously. Whoever was just whining about their 0 GTEs, this isn't looking great. It's looking okay on GameStop. GameStop's still well, it was still dropping for a second there. SPY's deciding to do slightly more bullish things right now. Look at you, Mr. Little Pickle. Can't pay capital gains taxes if I lose it all a week later. You think 2 DTEs are safe to hold overnight? Probably not, but am I? Maybe. Permission to present you 2 highly researched penny stock plays. Ugh. Send me one. If it's acceptable, I'll look at the other. Send me your best one. I don't get why us poors don't paper trade. The greed is real. Yeah, I mean, that's most of the reason. It's just because everyone's like been in the market for 8 months and they think they're an expert. Which you can see in the Discord chat throughout the day. They're like, hold on, I've been doing some analysis. Fuck off. You've been trading stocks for like fucking 2 months. You don't know shit. You reckon UWMC is worth an entry at these levels? No. Fuck that company. Their dividend yield is insane. They should see improvement with interest rates rising, but God, I hate them. And I am a bag holder. Well, it's not a heavy bag, but I'm holding it. Excuse me, I am an expert. Which Discord? Any of them. Any stock Discord. Do you want to look at my AMC bull thesis? No. Shove it up your ass, Patrick. Okay, I've been trading for 2 years. I still don't know TA. Somehow I haven't blown up my account. I don't blame anyone for my losses. Well, you're doing something right. You should try blaming someone for your losses. It probably feels good. My absolute favorite is the always, I feel like we're going X today. Yeah, and then they're like, mark this. Does becoming a zillionaire allow for us to follow your trades? I mean, some of them, yeah. I don't post like the degen shit I do, like selling naked puts on GameStop. I blame myself. It does not feel good, but I'm also a Wall Street bettor and find lost porn fucking hilarious. I love lost porn. Hey Gerg, I've been trading for 2 months. Can I share my noob-friendly OPEC strategy copy pasta? Don't worry, I'll take no responsibility for people who listen to me and lose money. I don't care, man. So you're keeping the fun stuff to yourself. I mean, like, I do fairly degenerate shit with my money because I have more than I should probably be managing on my own. Like, I had money from March OPEX that I didn't know what to do with. And, like, I couldn't really find a REIT that I wanted to invest in, and I got bored, so I sold short condors on GameStop for, like, a 20% return. Actually, the risk is pretty minimal on that. But like, I don't want to explain that shit to people, and then people are gonna like fuck up managing the legs. I'm here for that Stefan penny stock roast. I'm not gonna roast him. He's putting effort into becoming a better trader. Sometimes he puts his effort into the wrong things, and it's hard to watch somebody beat their head against a wall sometimes, but eventually he'll find where the hallway is and go down it, right? I hope. Hey Gurk, 950 you're safe. Buy and hold right. That's my 2 months experience is telling me. Should I tell everyone this plan repeatedly? God damn it. No, 950s are not safe. They're a high risk position. When HYMC to the moon? I don't know. Dork. What's your split between owning shares versus derivatives? I think like 70% of my port is shareholdings. 72%. 10 to, well, variably 10 to 20% is cash. Options trading for dummies? No, options is a strategic investment. Is O a good deal at this price? It's not great at 68. it's not terrible, but I think it could potentially go lower over the next couple days. Like if you can get it under 68, it's insane. So like let SLD play out a little bit, you know, if you're looking to enter it, and then like you could, yeah, I guess you could DCA through here. It's not too bad to DCA at this price. Although every time I've tried to do that, it fucking snaps back and I miss my entry. I miss when it was trading lower. I don't think we're gonna see like 67 or like 66 anytime soon though. Like this is, you know, already looking like it's moving up higher. Especially with like more interest in dividends. So this may be a good opportunity. You may see a little slip on SLD. You can set some buy orders lower and like hope they fill. Because sometimes it'll have like weird volatility spikes when big institutions move out or move in. But yeah, it's not terrible. You know, you might be 60 cents high from a really good buy-in, but it's not the worst. I bought a lot of my O after like the COVID crash, so it was I got a really good price on it, and then I bought more in like early March of 21, I think it was. So like and like just sub 60. It doesn't really go up a lot, right? Because it's like a heavy dividend stock. So like growth is minimal, but the dividends are great. Isn't it insane that markets are basically flat on inflation news? Not really. This is pretty common on the CPI days. If you go back and look, most of our like CPI release days are kind of not. Usually they go up. Like usually there's a pre-market drop on the news, and then we see some upside throughout the day. Sometimes a drop off into close because people are very uncertain about holding overnight, right? And then that drop off into close can accelerate into the following day where we have, you know, SLD deposits and shit going on too. We may have seen some of the effect of SLD yesterday, right? In this big drop off. It's possible that, like, you know, there's a little bit of a hedge here, but I mean, we haven't even recovered. We recovered almost to like the pre-market high. But I think, yeah, I think a lot of this is repositioning because if you look at the options chains for like SPY and SPX, there's really not a lot of long interest to the upside. So it looks a lot of like positional like recapturing up here for these like for positions that are locked up here in this like underwater in this 31 like 381 382 range. And then we'll probably see some downside. And on the SPX, you know, which is probably where more interest in recapturing positions lies, it's right around 3,800. Is Cat a good entry at this price? It's very cheap, yeah. I think Cat climbed up a little bit today, right? Yeah. I'm still waiting to see if over the next 2 days I can get in like sub 172, maybe even like sub 170. I'm willing to wait because I'm not in a rush and I don't think it's gonna like rocket tomorrow or anything. Oh, that could be tricky, and you can definitely miss entries on Cat. I have before. Do you have any thoughts on PSNY? 4.7 billion seems like a tiny market cap for running an EV company. Polestar. Isn't this the one that's like working with Volvo or something? Dude, they have a market cap of 22 billion. Can you speak an octave or two higher? Maybe a falsetto so we can hear you better. I feel like I'm talking pretty loud. Hmm. I don't know much about Polestar. You'd probably have to do your research on that. First time viewer here, have you heard of IRNT? I have a feeling it's gonna 420.69%. Mark that. Also, shame on the new ultra poors for taking pigeon whale money. Take your parents' money like the rest of us OG poors. Thank you so much, Pigeon Teeth from OS. Hey, look, it's GGIP. Yeah, I know it's GGIP. On 7-Eleven, 100% of GME volume on NASDAQ, BX, and Felix was March short. Cool. You're a little quieter than usual. I can bring the mic up a little closer, I guess. Maybe I can't. Anything going on here? Oh, that's good. Testing. How's that? Nice. Audio FUD. Chart exchange tweet on 7-Eleven, 100% of GME volume. Oh, okay, I already saw that. Thoughts on re-entering 720 PS on the SPY now? Puts? Just put P. 720p on the SPY. Probably not terrible. That's a long window. Why so long? I don't think the SPY will continue to fall into next week. Not hard. Barring a crash, obviously. You're speaking at a higher volume than you usually do. I thought so. I had a lot of coffee this morning. Do you think it would be a better opportunity to wait for the split so you can buy cheaper contracts? Or do you think it would be better to buy contracts now so you can take advantage of VOPs? Yeah, I probably wouldn't wait for the split to move into a position. Especially now that we know that they're not splitting the chain. Players run one. Welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, dude. Well, waiting out SLD to enter calls for OPEX. Just seeing what effect SLD will have. Is it safe to say the SPY is more predictable but less profitable? And GME is the exact opposite. No, the SPY is very unpredictable. It's hard to trade the SPY. It can be just as profitable too. If you know, if you catch a good run on the SPY, you can make a lot of money. Especially because like it has 0 DT options 3 days a week. You can get a lot of leverage on the SPY, which you can't really do on GameStop because options are so expensive. 8 ball T was pretty wild. Yeah. How much delta do you look for in cat plays? I don't really position based on delta with cat. I position based on support and resistances. Cat has very, very specific defined levels that it trades between and breaks to the up and down side of. And it's really reliable. Thanks for all you do. And to the pigeon wheels for fighting the YouTube algo so directly. Stop the audio FUD, Gherk. Gherk always sounds fine. Thank you so much, Cody. Hey, Jukebox, play Full Bowl Smooth Edition. That's not how this works, by Polar Bear. Also, you told me no more Ko-Fis. How can I trust that you're a bear of your word after this? Unbelievable. I've this may be the most disappointed I've ever felt. He's bipolar. True. It's hard to watch the ticker today, seeing Matt Kors and AMC Apes scroll by every 15 seconds. Pushing my wife into options trading, I'm thinking having her paper trade pickles picks and use my options ASI book as reference. Any other recommendations? Oh boy. What have I done? That should be sufficient for now. That's a bit advanced to just start on options. Should probably start on paper trading stock, learning technical analysis, understanding trends and volume. Because I mean, the difference there is right. You're trading a depreciating, volatility sensitive asset, and like versus just learning to trade first, which seems more important. We're disappointed that when I won the first round of mod voting, I wasn't disappointed then. I was, secretly, even though I was campaigning actively against you, I was rooting for you, Darth. Remember when Bipolar Bear went to prison? That was scary. Yeah, it was. Uh-oh. I'm trying not to be critical here, but the SPY's down over 3% from its highs yesterday. That was not enough for your pay. You were betting on an absolute cataclysmic crash. Yeah. The SPY's down pretty hard right now already. 300 basis points is a huge move. I was thinking of having your trades 0 DTE SPX. Just throw her into the deep end. I mean, I guess it's a strategy. You set up a pool for Trash Jan and Jeff G for mod? No. This whole be patient thing when you buy options is some bullshit. Yeah, it is. Ah, damn it. I was gonna buy more of those and then IV ticked up. Son of a bitch. Yep, I'm not gonna get the fucking entry I want, am I? Piece of shit. Come on, just test 379. Any chance we could fall back to 120 before Apex? It's unlikely. They're cutting it close and major drop. No. We'll see. I don't think we'll fall that far. I think 126 will present too much resistance to the downside or support. Ban Darth Dan, J Fresh for mod. Here kitty kitty. Pss, pss, pss. No. If I make J Fresh a mod, he's gonna ban everyone when they're mean to him. He's very sensitive. And you guys hurt his feelings yesterday. Don't do that to J Fresh. Is there any way to use EMA and SMA crosses as triggers to buy and selling options on stocks? This way I don't have to stare at the screen. You can code it. Man, they really don't want puts to print. I'm gonna bail on all and re-enter. Okay. Man, they're trying so hard. Why? Ah! No! Fuck! Wait, I can get it. Bill. Son of a bitch. Just fill the fucking upside gap. Yeah, you're gonna fall off a cliff now? Fucking asshole. Whatever. Oh, am I gonna get it? So close. It's like 7 cents off. Well, now I don't want to because it looks bullish. Everyone, if you haven't gotten a membership yet, click on the donation packages above. That's true. No, because now I can get it for cheaper again, right? Fucking Christ. It's like, why is the market maker fucking with me right now? There we go. I was filling gaps important to whoever. The market maker? Let me get this straight. CPI, good market, go up. CPI, bad, market, go up. Market only go up? You know that the market's still down like 300 basis points from its peak yesterday, right? Zoom out, dude. The market's dying. Slowly, but it's dying. Why is filling gaps important to the market maker? Because they internalize orders. Mostly. They want the arbitrage and they want to place orders in the gaps that they missed. Balances their order sheet. It's landing softly. It's the world's slowest plummet. Move up to that range, technically. I don't like that much, though. Why did volume die? Yeah, it's like noon. I know Finny orders on your order book for GME. Are they coming across as something else for you? Possibly. Yeah. They might come across as like OTC. Oh, they may come across as NYSE orders, actually. Because they have two TRF participants, NYSE and NASDAQ. So they can just come across as those exchanges as well. You're never gonna ban me. You love me too much. Don't push it. Success rate on ascending triangles. Yeah, this isn't an ascending triangle though, right? This is like a bear flag. This is like a drop that broke up. These are generally bearish. So unless we break the previous high of, or sorry, this is GME. Unless we break the previous high of like 390, this is not like an ascending triangle. Ascending triangles are a continuation, right? So if the price goes up and then you get a triangle against like the resistance like this is likely to break up. If the price goes down, these break down. That makes sense? So it's based on the previous move. Because this is coming off of strong buy pressure. Buy pressure hits a resistance and recovers. And the bullish, gets more and more bullish as consolidation moves forward. This, is a sell, it's reversed, right? So it's sell side pressure is recovering before more downside. There's a lot of fucking downside on this, right? Even on like the 1 hour, this is bearish, or the 4 hour. They are called continuation patterns. Always remember to back check, your TA. Find confirmation on longer time frames, because shorter time frames are far less reliable. I don't love this though. Oh, here we go again. I think PPT will come in to save the day. Yeah, I don't think that's how that works. If the market is positive into OPEC's expiry, is there a negative hedge the following week? Am I too forward to ask what could cause a NOPEX this time around? No, I mean, I think there's going to be obligations to be settled either way. I guess my biggest concern is for the amount of upside we'll see next week, Carl, because of the lack of that negative hedge. So the market maker at neutral, there's not this like massive put position being shed going into OPEX, which is usually the case, right? Usually there's a large number of puts dropping off. Which means that the market maker is also buying the following week on T+2. And we've talked about that in the past, right? You have like the market maker covering and the ETF covering, and they're not, one probably begets the other. Oh, FOMO buying before the split help offset that. That's possible. Geo Fizzy Drink, thank you so much, man. They shed that massive put position in June and got holiday deferral though. Yeah. We still went up though, right? Like there was still a move up, and there was still shorting before June OPEX. Not a lot of it, but they bought a shitload of puts. They had other issues during that time period, right? They had elevated GME FTDs, that's a whole nother story, and those will be coming due soon as well. You think about Ichimoku cloud trading? Is it trash? No, it's fine. I mean, it's just more moving average shit, right? Most things are just moving averages. You will find. How can I join the Discord channel? I mean, you can join the Discord channel below. It's the trading Discord. You have to become a billionaire, and then you join the Discord and link your account. You're gonna hold those puts overnight if we stay flat. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think I want to average them down a lot more. So if today gets too bullish on the SPY, like if the SPY's gonna go green, I might back out. More likely Bobby at 45 or GME at 45. I have no idea what's gonna happen with Bobby this Friday. Anytime this week, yeah. Mark Long. X and Wub Wub. Guys, thank you so much for becoming zillionaires. Welcome to the country club. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you set up, or if you want, you guys can you just link your YouTube account to your Discord account and it'll unlock everything for you automatically. Which broker has the most automation features built into their mobile app? Mobile app? Not many. Probably maybe like TDA or something. I'm not even sure if they do. If you're gonna be trading that actively, man, you need to trade off a desktop. Mobile apps have other issues. There's latency problems. There's data upload problems. Flood of new billionaires after that comment. Never heard of it. Ugh. I wonder if this is volatility or sustainable. Lower high right now. That's not a good look. What do my messages show up in live chat? Shadow banned? You might be using a banned word. I have no idea what those are. That's YouTube's thing. Suspected bullish price action would be next week, though, right? I think so, yeah. At the earliest Friday, but most likely next week. Yeah, so if you type a message and it won't print to chat, it's probably that you're using a word you can't. If you got a gifted membership, you can upgrade to billionaire level for a small discount. It's true. Thank you, Sistani. All my exits are on EMA crosses, like 2 EMA crossing the 6 EMA. I just want my exits automated. It cuts through all the trailing stop. Yeah, I hear you. I don't know. You'd have to program it. You probably would have to do it on like desktop software. Simon Chung, thank you so much for coming to Cornichon, man. How much GME do you keep in Cash App? None. I don't even have access to my Cash App account. When SLD can be any time for the rest of this week. If we don't squeeze from the stock split dividend, is MOASS dead? No. I really don't even think like that's like the dividend itself is gonna trigger the squeeze. I think they're gonna fail. and pack it all up. Whatever they have, whatever obligations they have to cover, they're gonna pack up and move forward. They'll write out the forward contracts and push it out. Newbie trader, thank you so much for coming to Billionaire Man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. You still have those 30 AMC shares? Yeah. I tried to call their customer support like a little while ago, and it's just such a bitch. And they want me to like mail them a photocopy of my fucking ID. Like they can just keep the fucking shares and get fucked. I'll write it off on my taxes when the fucking company goes out of business. Pack it up and move forward. Same like can kicking. Yeah, but a new set of obligations, right? How do you turn on gifting? Click the donation like thing up above you in chat, or just go to your Google like account and turn on gifting. Yeah, I'm not going to a post office for fucking 30 shares of anything. No, that's not true. If it was like Google or something, I would be at the post office in a heartbeat, but I'm definitely not doing it for fucking AMC shares I forgot to sell. Why the fuck would I have 30 shares of Berk A in Cash App? If I had 30 shares of Berk A, that shit would be in like a holding company. Do I get cash in lieu of a Cornichon gift if I'm already a billionaire? No. That's weird. Like, what? You can't take a photo? Anyways, you really think Square will ever go down? I don't know if Square will, but fucking, I think AMC will go out of business. And then I can write off my loss on my taxes. I mean, the shares were like $7. I really don't care about them. It's like not worth my time to take 2 hours out of my day to fucking go and photocopy my license and then fucking post it to them. It's ridiculous. The cheese. Thank you so much, bro. Welcome to the country club, man. You too, Ace of Spades. Thank you guys. If you want, get in touch with the moderators on the Discord and they'll hit you up with the link to link your two accounts together. It's not worth any of our time even hearing about it. It really isn't. I'll take care of it for you. What's your social security number? I don't even know what stamps cost. I don't remember the last time I mailed anything from a post office. Like, my desire to go into a New York City post office and stand in line for 40 minutes is like, just, it's non-existent. I bought this shit off Amazon that was like $400. And they wanted me to send it back USPS when I wanted to return it, and I just threw it in the garbage. I will not. I will not do it. That's the secret. If you're a small business, just force people to go through a ridiculous like shipping back process, and you'll get fewer returns. Don't hit me up, and definitely don't at me. Yeah, guys, if you're a new Dillionaire, make sure to at Carl, and ask him for all the information about linking up your Dillionaire account. What's max pain this week? 135, but who gives a shit? There wasn't an option, so it wasn't like Amazon, or it wasn't like a Prime seller. So I had to go through like their return thing instead of like just having like UPS pick it up at my building. My desire to go into a post office is like my desire to ride a Greyhound bus from Vegas. You son of a bitch, I'm in. Thanks, Carl. Yeah, I'm well aware. The SEC approved those like a few days ago, I think. Or maybe today's their first day. They put out like a presser about it a few days ago. They have them in Europe already. They're not. It's not crazy. I hope they do one for GameStop so I can fucking start leveraging shit. That'd be awesome. 3x OPEX. I'd be all over that. Sounds like someone doesn't care about delighting customers. Yeah. I've heard some things. Amazon Australia has a really bad return policy. Is it get fucked, you cunt? Because if I was Amazon Australia, that would be my return policy. No, Matt Furline does not. I don't think he has an Australian accent at all. How bullish is our price action for next week? Not very bullish. I like that they can't really seem to short us effectively, but I don't like that they're not shorting us effectively. I'm very torn. GameStop's just misbehaving. Where's Gamma Max currently? 160. This seems to be like a big fucking deal, actually. Well, only if GameStop gets one. It's more likely to be like big shit like Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, Google, Amazon. Stuff like that'll get levered ETFs. They probably won't want to do it on anything small like GameStop. Jimmy just had a big green. Did it? Eh. Spy's gonna fucking break up here now. Fail? Interesting. Where's the fucking volume? Is that its fourth and final attempt? If Jamie is sussin', we should be bussin', no? But it's kind of bussin', right? It's being like a sus bus. This price action is absolute bullshit. Yeah. That's more like it. Tesla's starting up again. Tesla might fail too. Oh god, it found support again? Motherfucker. No one wants to sit here and watch this bullshit. Hey, look, it's trying to do a thing. Soft land, same like Spy, follow my style. We broke up. Fake out. Ooh. Oh, it's doing a thing. Yeah, now they're gonna grab the rest of their positions. Which they could have just done on the first test. Why does everyone get excited about FTDs if funds never have to buy in? I mean, they do. They have to clear the FTDs, and GameStop's super volatile. Well, at least that's why I get excited about them. Makes my ears hurt when you speak tween. Alright. We're gonna do a thing now. Ooh. Please tell people to stop buying. Thanks. That's not gonna work. You want to ride the sus bus to lose tonight? JK, I was wrong. I'm still not seeing any like bullish call volume at like 38.10 or 38.20. Today I'm buying one put each time we cross 380. It's probably not a terrible idea. Jimmy kind of got some volume. A little bit. Just moving up with the SPY. Sure, all the indexes broke out. Yeah. NASDAQ could definitely fail here. Dow. Almost. SPY, I think, already might be failing. It doesn't seem like they need much past, like, 38, like, 380.50. Like, this seems like just above 3,800 on the SPX, right? Like, this just seems to be, like, where they're repositioning at. Because the volume just drops so dramatically as it approaches. SPY is still a wasteland above 380. Yeah, so is the SPX. E-minis are dry as fuck. It's no one's betting on upside today. I think they're just repositioning at like the 3,800 mark, and then they're gonna push down or start selling off for SLD. Right, because they reposition, like they drive it up and reposition here. Like this is more like macro strategy shit, but which is kind of irrelevant for you guys. But they'll drive it up into the range they want to be at, right? Like say here, you know, and reposition for more downside because they're about to sell large numbers of assets tonight, right? Tonight, tomorrow, Friday, for SLD. And so, you know, if they can reposition their positions in this range or flip them, and then, you know, they know that their selling is going to move the market lower, they can just profit by repositioning here and moving, like, then they're selling off their position, but as they sell it off, you know, they're gaining value on their derivatives positions to the downside. Simon Chung, thank you so much for upgrading to Zillionaire, dude. That was quick. I appreciate it, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you
It didn't recover almost all its losses. It's still down massively from its high yesterday. And it's on a steady decline. Just stop looking at like the 1 day. Look at this. This is not bullish, right? 3 days in, and we're still just driving down. This is like, you know, a little oversold and a little repositioning, I think, and that's it. Look at the declining volume into the day as the price rises, right? Like we had a good turnaround this morning, but it's fucking dying. And it's dying fast. You gotta zoom out once in a while. What do you mean, you guys? I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were a fund manager. New York City made a safety video in case y'all get nuked. Thoughts? I mean, you guys will see it live, right? End of week's price prediction on the SPY. I know it's a rough call, but maybe a range. Let's fuck with it a little bit. If it breaks down, so if it breaks down through 375 to the downside, yeah, 375, 376 tomorrow, Friday, yeah. The next serious resistance is probably at 370. And then like 366 after that. So 2 days. Yeah, it might hit 370. We'll see. The last SLD lost how much in 2 days? Was it June? June 15th? So June 15th, it recovered a little bit. In 2 days, it dropped 560 basis points. So if we go from our high today and stay the same, we could drop potentially, if it's relatively the same, to like 362. I don't think we'll drop that low. We might drop sub 370. 362 seems like a bit of a stretch. Jesus fuck, what was that? Interesting. $400,000 volume. I don't like that shit at all. Okay, the SPY's just gonna move up 50 basis points in 2 seconds. That's real. It's the PPT. Yeah, I don't trust that shit at all. What the actual fuck? Yeah, I think, well, I don't think there was a gap, but we filled up to the low level from this morning. That was a shocking. See, this is why the options on the SPY don't tell you as much as like something like GameStop. Because somebody will just come in and buy like 500,000 shares. Apparently, when you miss out on your buy-in point, the orders just stay there waiting for the next test. Add another 2 puts to the bucket. I mean, this is already a bit of a bear trap. We'll see if it recovers. A little too much exuberance on that one. Are still fine here. Not nearly the same effect on GMA. Oh, shit. Sorry. I thought... My bad. I even put labels on them for JFresh. Wait, hold up. You labeled charts? Those are by days that shares outstanding changes 30% or more. Interesting. The most recent being 6/16. Still just fucking weeklies? Jesus Christ. It looks like the calls fell off pretty hard. Puts went up. Hmm. Bull trap? Yeah, bull trap. I don't know. It's consolidating in the same range. Despite a big volatility candle, almost the same yesterday, too. Did it? 1303? Yeah. To the downside, though. Hmm. Okay, first of all, inflation, I'm going to say this for like the 15th time today. Inflation raises the price of equities, right? It raises the cost of things. It doesn't mean the economy's not fucked. That doesn't mean SLD is not happening. But today's going to stay pretty volatile, right? Give it time. It's not like we're breaking out to 390. Calm down. But it also spooks people. Yeah, but it's like we're on like a massive decline already. Like even out here on the 1 hour. We're down 250 basis points from 2 days ago. There. We trapped some of the bulls. Calm down, folks. There was a large portion of the market that was hedged for downside on bad CPI. They're taking profits. This too shall pass. Yeah. I kind of like that one guy who's just buying puts every time we break 380. Back from running around with the kids, do you ever find an ETF for laser tag? I think 2023 is the year for it. No? Was I supposed to be looking for one? What usually happens the day after bad inflation data? Don't they sell off big the next day? Yeah, usually. And if we go back and like they were positioned for really negative CPI last SLD as well. Let me see if I can get it on the 1 minute. So this was our day before, like, so CPI data came out in the morning. And this was our day before, like, SLD kicked in. And then we fell off overnight, dropped all the way into Friday. So hit a low of 362 from a high of 383 during that period. Bobby, no. Is it going to lose $5? Thanks for bringing it up on the chart. Yeah. But it went from like a low of like 377 to a high of like 383. So, you know, we've moved from 374 to 381. It's relatively the same move that we saw on the last CPI report. And the last CPI report was way better. It was actually like showing some improvement in core inflation and overall. This one just sucks. What date are your SPY puts? July 22nd? 18th. So I plan to close them Friday. But they're already deep in the money. I'm not worried about those. You think Jimmy goes down this week and then VUPs next week? I want to see like a steady decline in the market and see how that affects GameStop before I really make any decisions about how I feel about the current liquidity. We haven't really gotten like any steady market movement to the downside. And hopefully SLD presents some of that and we see them pile in. They did buy some out of the money shorts today or puts. So that's kind of cool. That's what we want to see more of. Is them, pushing down. It's probably better to enter exit scalping plays using the Black-Scholes calculator on TDA than using market orders, huh? Probably. It'd be very interesting if we test 385. Hmm. The fuck? Feeling very much like June right now. I think I'm out. I think that's the effect of far too many weeklies being bought on GameStop. We're seeing a lot of like retail pump from weekly calls. Which yeah, feels very June. But I mean, this is also at least June was during the OPEC settlement. This is in advance of it for some inexplicable reason. I don't know why retail's buying in so hard in the middle of this week. You still like the stock, or you're annoyed as fuck with it? No, I still like it. It's annoying as fuck, but I still like it. Sometimes it's just annoying waiting for things to happen because you know when they are, and you need them to happen to come to a conclusion. And so yeah, that part's aggravating sometimes. I wouldn't really call that a triple top. I think these were all lower. Yeah. So triple tops are all at the same level, right? Retail is buying it so hard right now because for the past year, RSS has speculated the split in NFT marketplace would launch MOASS. But it's too early. Like the split's next week and they're buying calls for this week. It doesn't make sense. When do we typically see SLD downs? Also, is the triple top on GME bearish? I mean, the market just turned hard. So, that's pretty bearish. That's true. I can always talk food if I'm too bored. This I like. I'm liking this. So now all the bulls are getting fucked. Let's head straight back to 375, please. I mean, it's not doing it slowly right now. Any call put churn activity of note from Philly? Not really, as I think that would indicate liquidity scarcity. Any insight from the market mechanics of retail pumps? Those don't really indicate liquidity scarcity. They indicate higher than usual FTDs. Any insight from market? I mean, all these. Here's what I think is gonna happen. I think the market maker is gonna fucking take everyone's premium on the long side and just keep it, like they did in June. Like everyone's, it's just the same trap setup, right? Like it feels exactly the same. Like retail's pumping this week when no runs expected, right? The market maker's kind of hedging it up and letting it ride. They're not really shorting into it. And then they'll fucking price down options on Friday and just murder it. Or tomorrow, whenever they have the opportunity, right? Bring it back to spot and they don't have to hedge a goddamn thing and they keep all the premium. It's not even an OPEX. OPEX is next week. People are just FOMOing into the wrong week. It's so weird. Like, usually at least, like, the FOMO's in the right spot. And then, like, no institutions are buying further dated calls, which we usually see going into OPEX, as we see, like, institutions will start piling into, like, the following monthly contract. But the institutions, to be fair, may wait till the contract's split, right? Like, they'd much prefer to trade the split contracts than the current ones. Hence the disdain for weeklies. Yeah. I mean, I've had a disdain for them ever since, like, last August, but it gets worse and worse every quarter. Yeah, Cohen should have fucking waited. I guess, I mean, he couldn't wait on announcing the split because they need 10 days. I'm not sussing. I don't have any confidence in the current upside. What is spot? Where people started YOLOing in? So, you know, here. Could even be here, right? Like, before the announcement. People were YOLOing into 15s here, right? And if they can just carry that risk, then they can fucking drop it right back down. They take all of this premium, and they don't pay a cent to fucking hedge it. They can do that inside of 20 minutes. Yeah, I mean, in June they did, right? It's not easy. It's not like it's hard to shake people out of long calls. Based on your recent comments, is Jimmy looking like Wyckoff nothing? No, I think we see that last dip, right? I actually think Wyckoff lines up really, really closely. I think we see that last dip off our current trend. And the split happens, and that's where institutions pile in. Don't forget that, like, settlement for OPEX is likely to occur on Tuesday, but can, with no market maker. Let me do this let me do the whole thing, because this is, yeah. All right, so here's the deal. I go to the 1 hour. Rinko. All right, so if this is like that phase C consolidation, right? And we are going to see a dip into a breakout into phase D, right? And this was, you know, spring test. If this is true, then we could dip into Tuesday morning, maybe even Wednesday morning, right? Because if the MM is neutral, nobody's forced to buy on the T+2 day, right? Which means that the ETF can settle as late as possible. Which means the ETF could settle like Wednesday morning. Because, I mean, they both have T+2, but generally it's the MM offsetting their negative delta that starts the price action, right? And then the ETF has to kind of FOMO in order to buy in at the lower price. But the MM's off the table right now because they're neutral. Oh, what the fuck that is. So the MM off the table, the ETF can settle at the latest possible moment, which means that we could see, you know, one last push down, maybe to 126 again, before they settle. Then comes the split. Then comes, you know, FOMO into the split. And that could drive like a phase D type event, right? Because that has all the aspects needed for a phase D event. And the timeline would work, you know. So yeah, it's possible. Yeah, nobody pays their bills on time. Well, they do. They do. They just pay them at the last possible moment, right? Just got in right for the explanation and free super chat. Thanks for the education and time, Gurk. Hopefully things get much more clear of what is happening. I hope so. It does look like the SPY is starting to break down out of this a little bit. Jimmy not really following suit. Wouldn't they miss out on crushing all the weekly contract premium this week? No. Right? That would be crushed in the leg down. Right? If they move our price from here down to like 126 in the next 2 days, and then Monday they push a little harder, right? Maybe like 124. I don't think we'll hit 120, but maybe a little harder. And then Tuesday cover. Like this would, in 2 days, this would kill all of the current options chain. These are all like 130 and 140. If we slip 140 right now, we're gonna see 140s sell off, right? The question is, do we go into Friday with 130s in the money or not? I really don't think we'll see 140s hold on too tightly because, you know, they're already running out of theta. There's not a lot to say about BBBY until something fundamental changes. Longs are in control of the chain. I'm aware. But longs were in control of the chain in June too, right? Why is the MM neutral again? They're hedging? There's no negative delta for them to hedge, so they're just doing their job. Straight short or nuke IV first? I don't know. The shit that happened in June was weird, right? Like, that was the most manipulated I've seen GameStop in a long time. Like, they just priced down the whole fucking chain. My stops were getting hit. My stops were 10% off of the current, like, at the current trading price. And they were getting hit before we ever moved down. So they priced down IV so fucking hard that, like, I was getting stopped out of contracts before we ever even moved to the downside. We dropped pretty hard in June. By Monday morning, we'd returned to spot. By the time they had to hedge for the holiday, right? That means they have to have orders placed at market open. How can we reach the Volgavana? You try calling. Do we have like constant high FTDs the next few days? Today's the highest day. This is the big 10 million volume FTD day from May 25th. We have elevated FTDs for like the next week and a half. They pick up into next week, I think, at their strongest. GME specific FTDs pick up strongest into next week. So definitely, when is the last day to buy shares for the split? The last day to buy shares for the split is the day before it splits. Here's the deal. If you buy GameStop for over $100, you'll receive the dividend. If you're buying GameStop for less than $100, you won't receive the dividend. Next biggest is May 31st, I think, right? Yeah. Which is a few days, it's a few days out. They're just focusing on not letting us run right now, so we grind up into 160, 180 through internalization release until Wednesday next week. Shoot up to 200 during pre-split FOMO. Then they short us into the ground after we split. NOPEX, OPEX is the wild card. I don't think we're going to see 160, 180 this week. I don't think we'll see 150 this week, frankly. I'd worry about Cohen doing something at BBBY on Friday, though. So, like, I wouldn't carry like a put position or anything through the weekend. Next week's a whole nother story. I'm not worried about next week this week. If I sold my shares in between the lock-in date and the dividend, no, you won't receive it. There really isn't like a lock-in date. It's not like the same as like a cash dividend. Because it's still a split. So it has aspects of both, right? I love that like every single brokerage at this point has reached out and said that they're going to issue the dividend. Even though fucking like even eToro is issuing the dividend. Even though Superstock's like, you're never going to get your shares unless you DRS. Ha ha ha. Fucking God, that was a bunch of stupid shit, wasn't it? I hate that. I hate that so much. Just bald face lying to people in order to get them to DRS. Chill. Yeah, I know. TRS before they run out of shares. I think that's the case for people in Australia, isn't it? Truth State? Like, doesn't Australia have a law about stock dividends? Or like any asset dividend that's not cash? I forget. There's a few countries that do. What do you think will happen if it turns out there's more shares than the float? They'll just make more. DRS shares actually get double dividend? I don't think every brokerage is giving their shareholders a dividend. Certain countries don't. Every US-based brokerage is. eToro doesn't even own the shares that they gain margin for, right? Like they have no stock ownership. It's all leveraged through other entities, right? And they're still issuing the fucking dividend. You couldn't be further removed from actual share ownership than eToro. Maybe that one that all the Brits use. What's that other one called? The one that kept fucking everybody over with the voting? I can't remember. eToro issued a email to like all I got like 20 people DM me the email that eToro issued them like 2 days ago. Trading 212, that's the one. No, Landsbridge already reached out and said that they're issuing the dividend, right? Unless your country specifically prohibits like asset dividends, I don't think you're gonna have a problem. The only hang up in the stock split dividend that I can find is time me out for exercising my right as a pigeon whale to call Gurk a shill. I've been calling him a shill since before Carl was here. JC for mod so I can ban Carl. If I could saw your chat, I'd untime you out. But anyway, thank you, JC. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. The only caveat, like the only place where I can see it causing an issue, is in ETFs, where their pro rata agreements, as you know, as per their charters, they must issue all dividends to their shareholders on a pro rata basis, meaning if a stock splits with a dividend, they need those shares. They cannot have them lent out. Like, I mean, they can, but they need to pull them back before they can lend them again, right? Like XRT has however many GameStop shares. I don't know. It's like 1 million or something, right? So they have 1.1 million, and they're gonna have 4.4. They need to have 4.4. If they don't have 4.4 by the next rebalance, they need to find 3.3 million shares, right? Now, if they have 1.1 and they've lent out like, 10.2, this becomes a serious fucking problem, right? This shit has my tits jacked. Maybe only this. Adam Jodo just comes in here to fucking troll every once in a while when he gets pissy. Why do you watch this all day if you're so hung up on fucking Super Stonk's narrative? The DCC will do what? Create shares? Isn't that illegal? No. That's just what they don't give a fuck, man. Why do you think that there's some edge you're gonna gain here? Like, oh, you figured it out. You came and bought a stock and you were gonna fuck the system? This is literally what the system's designed for. It's designed for you to come in and buy stock and then take your money. You just did what they wanted. Then you held it and DRS'd your shares and offset their risk. Now they know how many shares are going to trade on any given day because fucking a quarter of the float's locked up. Now they can get even more margin from their primes to fuck with the price of the stock. It doesn't bother me. It's just, I just don't know why you get so uppity about it. It's like you're just like, and you get so angry. It's ridiculous. Have an actual conversation. So be like, that's false. You're a shill. I feel like you've definitely called me a shill in the past. It's like every time I say something that moves against the super stonk narrative, you pop up like a fucking genital wart and complain about it. Get wrecked. It's not even that. It's just like use some fucking common sense. Please. So much fucking money left on the table because people just wouldn't use common sense. What's your favorite shill synonym that you've been called? My personal favorite is Grifter. Girk the Grifter just has a nice ring to it. It's almost like a RPG character. What's wrong with being called a shill? I don't care if people call me whatever the fuck they want. I don't give a shit. I can't wait till someone just CS isn't lending out shares. We don't need to do the same thing, right? We don't need to lie. Daniel Lee, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we gon' end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo.
It's like every narrative that has come along has been to the hedge fund's advantage. I do deal with negativity a lot. It's like 90% of doing this. Boom, 142. Nice. Chill equals super chill. Interesting. Do you have any side quests for me? No. What time is it? 45. This is unusual. Hmm. Tell Craig to come back. I don't know if he left. Idaho beef, soft land, like spy falling with style. Christian Deschalet, Deschalet. What's your favorite shill synonym? Okay, got that. Daniel Lee, Ryan Player. You're the only shill in my heart. Thank you so much, Ryan. I appreciate it. Ice cream sandwich time? I think so. So do you think this morning was the dip before OPEX? No. Yeah, I feel like it's really close, Dork. Can you show me the SPY real quick? Cup and handles don't happen on the intraday, Edward Snowden. Do you prefer Grifter, Moadib, or Hassan Heterog? Jesus. I don't really think it's bullish for tomorrow. I think the SPY is already starting to come back down. We'll see. We'll see if it pushes up again. I don't love it. As long as it pushes up. Okay, so Jimmy's breaking a new high. A little bit. Well, by a penny. I got you. Okay. And just no volume. Hmm. Can you do that with extended hours on, Dork? You're gonna shed the puts or wait it out? I might wait it out a little bit. I don't really think I have that much capital tied up in them. Those are all the puts I have. Perhaps you should double down on your put position. I might tomorrow morning. No. Oh, it does weird shit on extended hours. Yeah, SPY looks really set up to dip into end of day. Maybe your fancy paid data would fare better. I don't know if it would much. If you're gonna have to sell some shares on this run, would you sell before the split or after? That's tough. I guess it would depend on how much we ran up pre-split. Yeah, I know about it wasn't it's short volume is meaningless metric. I'm short the yes here. This looks weak as fuck. I'll hold overnight if necessary. Yeah, it looks really weak to me too. Yeah, but ascending channels break down. Does it look like a decent setup to buy a Tesla put? I'm thinking a $10 strike for the next Friday. No. So I wouldn't buy Tesla puts into OPEX. That's really risky. Tesla usually runs on OPEX pretty hard. It has a shitload of ETF exposure, right? It's like another bull trap on the SPY. I wouldn't even call this a bull trap. This just looks like a little like push up that's breaking down. There's so little volume being traded on the SPY right now. It's just been going down all day. The higher it pushes, the more the volume drops. It's kind of like yesterday, right? Like that same shit all over again. Where we saw like the volume drop all through the day as it pushed up, and then it just fucking tanked. CCs? I'm not selling covered calls. Oh, good God for you. Thank you so much for joining Zillionaires, dude. I appreciate it. Oh, I see your message. 1 second. Is this OPEX covering for GME? No. It's just hedging of fucking weekly calls. JFresh, do you have an update now that we've hit a fucking high? Ooh, what's this? Goodies? Huh. Curious. The put open interest right now is higher than it was going into the March run. Huh. Like that. Oh, another big weird run on the SPY. About another 500,000 fucking shares. Post split with my cost basis update. Yeah. When is CPI data out? It was out this morning at 8:30 a.m. Ben made the chant. When you get more shares at a lower price post split versus pre split, 20K at 130 equals 153 shares versus 20K at 40 is 500 shares. Oh my god. It's 153 shares post split though is 612 shares, dude. So you just countered your own argument with the math that you presented. Okay, I think that was a fucking straddle, like a big fat straddle. I don't think that was buy order. I can't. I don't see anything in time and sales. Yeah, there's nothing big in time and sales. That. I think that's just a big fat straddle. The second big volume candle is red on my WeBull. You have regular candlesticks on. You say more about put OI? I mean, I can't see the numbers, so no. Still bullish for next week. Yeah, of course. We have a fucking split next week. No, Hank and Ashi. Different data, probably, Norman. When's the last day they can cover for OPEX? The 20th? I have a 100C expiring this week, but not enough cash to exercise. Is it smarter to sell long shares, cost basis 160, and exercise the 100C? Or just sell the contracts and keep the cash for the dip? Do you have long-term shareholding on those, Mark? Don't forget your tax liability, right? Spy rug pull? I don't know about that. That's a drop off though. Yeah, long term. Well, that's your answer, right? Because your exercise shares wouldn't have the long term holding. So, factor in that extra 30% roughly. – 2 p.m. hit and it just dropped. I think whoever went long on it over here just sold off over here. I think that's definitely possible. I told you they're just repositioning in this higher range. That's all this is. You see it time and time and time again. We've been tracking this shit for long enough that nobody should be that confused about it at this point. My math is trash. Thanks for putting me straight. No problem, man. $132cc safe? I think so. My calls. God damn you, Carl. Bostic said CPI is concerning and everything is in play. Oh boy. In general, if you're doing pretty well paper trading, does that usually mean that you will do well trading for real? I mean, the psychology is going to be different when you move over, but yeah, I mean, at some point you have to test the waters and, start small, baby steps, right? You don't need to start full porting into swing positions already, but if you're having a consistent level of success paper trading, then yeah. When did Eth follow HFTs so closely? I don't know. I've rarely paid attention to the price of Ethereum, besides selling what I used to have. Updating my CV and getting a second job at Wendy's. So for Tesla, you're saying OPEX affects positive pressure, overpower SLD affects negative pressure. No, SLD first, but OPEX next. People want to buy puts for Tesla going into next week, and that's risky. To start with options, I'm limiting myself to just 5% of my portfolio, which itself is already small. Yeah, it's very good to limit the amount you enter each trade with when you're first starting. Very, very small parts of your portfolio per trade and tight risk until you feel comfortable, right? Profit taking to here. Okay. Made $50. Nice, man. Do you think short hedge funds have more power to short than FOMO to buy? I'm talking about next week after the split. And we'll find out. If no one's selling, which is the big concern with the split, then it can get very interesting. About a 722, 710 Tesla put with the plan to close it out latest this Friday. I just want to buy more theta like you suggest. I'm up 200 on it right now. I may close sooner. Okay. I mean, yeah, the theta's good. Just don't try to hold into OPEX on Tesla because it's risky. When it comes to trading, full porting, I learned it's best to step miles out of your comfort zone. Ooh. If this sell-off persists after this profit taking, it's gonna get pretty fucking serious, I think. Rub the VWAP out like this. What does that do? Idaho beef, thank you so much, man. My puts are green, now what? What's up, Han? Maybe I just have to turn the hat around. Like, if the market can't see VWAP, then it won't respect it anymore. Right? Whoa. No, turn it back. Fuck your calls. Now you throw the Pokeball. I'm gonna go get an ice cream sandwich. This fucking thing dead yet? So much internalization. Jesus. Dude, the rally cap. What about, oh, whatever. Do you set stops on leaps? Depends why I bought them. We ever determine if split shares have the same tax basis? Yes, they do. They're not internalizing the sell, they're gobbling it up. They internalized the buy, right? So when they get some sell pressure, they use that to satisfy the buy pressure that they've already internalized. So the SPY will drop, and then Jamie just does nothing, right? No volume traded, flat. This has been going on for like 3 days now. My birthday tomorrow, so the SPY gods will just crash the market. I would appreciate the gift. No, you're not shower banned. We can take a shower together anytime, Tiger Blood. So just up? Well, once they dump enough internalization, then they can start letting the price drop, right? But our internalization's been elevated, or like utilization's been elevated for the last like 2 weeks. And so they're keeping it like right in the like low 60 to high like 50 range by doing this every day and dumping off a little bit of exposure with the market downturns. You know, they're keeping it mostly flat, but still very elevated, right? Considering like if you think about it, like in June, you know, it dropped into like the 38 range. And May, even more. I think May 7th, it dropped down to like 10 or something. So they're carrying a lot of, you know, asymmetric risk. And so they don't want that to build up too much. Because if it builds up too much, that's a problem, right? Too much asymmetric risk causes a pullback. But also, if they dumped internalization now, the price would just go to like 200. If they just dump it all at once. Not really. Gherkin version 5. You know, there isn't a lot of fucking mystery here, right? They're just hedging weeklies. And active fund pressure is driving price up. That's all that's happening. And when theta's declined enough, they'll just dump their fucking hedge. Hmm. Probably not more puts, but like big straddle positions and shit like that. I don't think Ken Griffin is meaningfully short GameStop at all. I think it's short volatility. I think Ken Griffin's probably telling the truth about not being very short GameStop. I think sometimes he's more short GameStop than he is at other times, but that's not really how Citadel rolls. Chill, I know. With that much time I've invested in this ticker the past 2 years, it seems silly not to be over leveraged for next week. I mean, I'm always over leveraged for OPEX. Are you entertaining your OPEX call on Friday? Are you entering my OPEX calls on Friday? Maybe. Yeah, but Citadel also got their money back, right? Who lies better, Ken Griffin or George Bush? Ken Griffin. I mean, selling covered calls is like a very basic way. Like selling covered calls or cash secure puts is a very like basic way of shorting volatility, right? Or selling it at least. It is. Can internalization be satisfied while de-hedging? Yeah. Because then you're using your own sell volume to satisfy the buy volume. I've never really owned microwaves. What do you think today's price appreciation is from? Pre-covering, small recalls? Nope. Just fucking delta hedging and active funds. I know everyone doesn't like to pay attention to this, but I'm going to highlight it anyway. We've traded basically no fucking volume today. Our current delta volume from hedging is 94.7% of today's volume. IV's not moving up. Nothing. None of this is fucking covering. This is a big fucking trap, is what it is. How accurate is that number? Pretty accurate, especially if the market maker is neutral every day, right? Where can you see this? Market Chameleon? Here. Save.
You think we'll see big downs into the end of the week? I think as soon as people sell their weekly calls, we'll see big downs. If they don't sell them and they diamond hand them into Friday, the market maker is going to do the same shit they did last week or the week before last. And they're going to sell off their hedge and down price the options chain. It's very risky. Maybe retail FOMO is too much for them, but I'm not seeing the volume anywhere. Thoughts on the market pricing in a 1% rate hike for July? I don't think they have yet. Yeah. Yeah, ups are ups. I know. You guys don't have to do what I'm doing. But I have 950s that I bought yesterday at 235 that are down 3% today. Because IV's down. The SPY's still negative on the day. Barely, but still negative. It's extremely suspect that IV's not spiking. This is why me and JFresh don't trust it at all. It's under options and order sentiment meditation. Oh, I like Robusta beans, but not like they have to be blended with something else. JFresh and I won't do it. Well, because I expect GameStop will go down from its current price towards about 126, right? Roughly. It could stop at 130, but even there, right? That's a $13 move. Versus the SPY, which might drop to like 375. Even at 370, that's only a $10 move. Mo money. I'm probably going to hold my BBBY options positions through the meeting tomorrow and Friday. Cellini Prestigio beans. The imported beans are super cool, but it's hard to get them fresh. You expect that even with internalization? I mean, if there's a hard sell-off on the SPY, they can dump internalization pretty fast. At least to a level where it's not presenting a lot of risk. No. Friday, so yeah. The shareholder meeting's tomorrow. Friday is the day that the puts expire that are currently suppressing the price. Hmm. Can you explain a little more in depth what active fund pressure is? Okay, so there's a lot of funds that track indexes, right? And in the course of them tracking the index, they buy and sell shares of the underlying stocks in that index. Right? So, you know, the SPY goes up, they buy a bunch of SPY stocks. The SPY goes down, they sell off some SPY stocks constantly throughout the day. And their purpose is to do exactly that, track the returns of the index. The upside of the index. Or the downside, depending on the fund. GameStop is in the S&P 400 and the Russell 1000. So the goal is arbitrage. That too. Like if you guys have had a 401k or something, and they're like, you know, this fund tracks the returns of the S&P 500, right? Like that's what we're talking about when we're talking about like active funds. Also, there's active ETFs, active traded ETFs. Do you hold trailing stops overnight? What's the point? You can't sell a contract overnight. Sean Boos is back? What's up, Sean Boos? Haven't seen you in forever. What's up, dude? It's going alright. Same old shit, different day. I mean, that's what I did yesterday when I was up on my August calls, is I ditched them to try to buy them in lower. I could have bought them in lower this morning, but it wasn't low enough. And I figured the hype would at least last through Thursday. Thursday is when, you know, the theta really starts hitting hard. How long are you keeping these puts? We pumping. We'll see. Worse than crazy. Still listen every day though, man. That's awesome. Oh, I'm glad to see you in here once in a while. Where's our boy from New Delhi? All right, listen, no one knows. All right, Sanjit disappeared. So it's 310 or 330 dump today is really very possible. I think so. I mean, we just have like a massive head and shoulders on the SPY daily, right? Are there trusted sites outside of Market Chameleon that show options delta volume without a paid subscription? No. Options data is almost always paid for. Yeah, there's one on the bigger time frame too, meditation. Sort of. Like this? Or are you talking like way out? Like this? I mean, it doesn't matter what time frame you look at the SPY on, it looks like a pile of shit, right? Is that a new VWAP hat? Yeah. The SPY is so powerful, strong, and long lasting today. So much stamina. It's just got really high T, you know? On the 10th of June, when the last inflation numbers came in, selling really started to kick off 20 minutes before close on the SPY. Yeah, I know. And that was on a decrease in inflation, right? So the day was mostly stagnant with a lot of volatility into the end. Um this is on increased inflation, right? Which means equities are pricing in the higher inflation. But when that's over, you know, there's no upside here. There's nobody buying, there's nobody going long up here. Everybody's going short as fuck. I assumed it was just repositioning, bear flag. I mean, that's what it is, right? Because this make no sense. I mean, this is like textbook. But GME climbing? Ugh, it's retail pump and dumping themselves, it feels like. I'm not seeing any indication, at least in the time and sales, that like this buy pressure is institutional. It looks like retail jumping into weeklies and then jumping back out of weeklies and then jumping into weeklies again and then jumping back out of weeklies. That's me. Yes, Grim too. Yeah, weeklies are still there. People are still buying more. I think some sold off this morning. These calls have like $1, like 1.2. These won't get hit as hard. It depends where we close at, I think, today. If the 140s stay in the money, that's interesting. 145s, you know, yeah, even the 140s are going to lose like $1.20 overnight, right? Made a cool 5K on SPY puts. Just applied to level 3 options on Schwab. Let's see if those charts can let me up my degeneracy. Hahaha. MOASS next week confirmed. Thanks, HD EvoX. Historically, SLD selling ramps up tomorrow. Usually it starts like end of day today or like after hours. Oh, it doesn't matter, Expert Pog. They're not splitting the chain on GameStop. So the chain's it's just gonna remain one chain. They're just gonna split contracts by 1/4. So just your strike is gonna drop and you'll get more contracts. So if you have like 150 right now, right? Post split, you'll have 4 3750s, right? I can't math now. Yeah, there we go. 3750. Didn't you say the other day it's weird, unusual that they're splitting the chain like that? I mean, it's their discretion, but yeah. Generally in a dividend split, they split the chain. Or like a special dividend, any type of dividend. Like any type of dividend, like large dividend or special dividend, they'll split the chain into a new chain. So it's odd that they're just doing it the way they would do a standard forward split. Should not be using the top of my screen as a resistance line. $5.10 gang will now become $127.50 gang. Yeah. But they'll have 4x more leverage. Chakuseki. Say dividend more, it gets us riled up. You think SLD will adversely affect GME price? I think it'll give them an opportunity to dump off their internalization, and we'll probably see a little bit of downside if they can clear it out. Usually they've cleared out internalization by now. Like, in May, they dumped internalization, by like the 31st internalization was, so they dumped internalization on the 4th, and then it climbed up into OPEX, and then by May 31st they dropped utilization down to like 25, right? And then ever since May 31st, utilization's been climbing, right? And they've gotten it below like the moving average a couple times, but these last since July 1st, we've just been skating above the MA like this entire time. Like low 60s to like, I think we peaked at 64%. And then like our low is like 59.3. So within that 5-point range, utilization has remained there. And usually before OPEX, that they blow that off before they have to use it again, right? But we're not really seeing that happen right now. We're just seeing them try to stabilize in the same range, which is very similar to like what happened in like from Jan 21st through March. Like we saw a lot of internalization build up over like a long period of time. Any theory why they might have handled the options chain differently than usual? I mean, if they split the chain, the volatility positions on GME would have to reposition onto the new chain, right? And I feel like that would cause a lot of problems. And so, due to the unusual number of swaps on GameStop, I'm sure that they decided that it would be best to just split the chain so that nothing changes. That's an assumption on my part. Obviously, their decision is private and unknown to anybody but them. It was interesting that they put out a memo about it. But I guess they did that because it was a deviation from the normal or the expectation. What will make you discard your current opinion on price action and buy calls? Increasing larger volume and upside price movement? Yeah, if I start to see some serious volume, then I'll flip and get calls. I just got stopped at 819 180s, where the stop was placed much lower. Interesting. I'm not seeing a big downtick in IV right now. Was it a trailing stop? Like, because if you have a trailing stop right now, this kind of price action fucks them, right? Because it pulls the stop up with the price action, and then your stop is just like right here. when the price reverts. Which, I mean, that's what a trailing stop is supposed to do, right? But trailing stops don't stay in the place you set them. You gotta spam it for dad to notice, like this. What are your thoughts about single stock ETFs? They haven't made them yet. But just more liquidity, right? It's the best. Even if they started making them today upon approval, you know, it'd be several months before any went live. And I'm also all about them. Because now I can play options on stocks through 3x ETFs. Which means I can 3x my 100x leverage, which is the best. Fam, I'm so high. Congratulations, Mubs. Do you explain leveraged ETFs? They generally hold a basket of derivatives that grant them additional leverage to the underlying stock. That's why they are depreciating assets, because they're constantly degraded by theta over time. Can you explain a basket? It's a device usually crafted of some sort of material. They could be woven, plastic. I suppose they could be metal. You put things in them to carry them around. No, an ETF basket is its net assets. So it's what values the ETF, and its net asset value is derived from its asset holdings. Is a basket functionally different from a bucket? They're shallower. One's really designed for carrying like water or liquids. Can you check your inbox, please? What's this? Is this? I don't get it. Yeah, I know. In Europe, they have like 3x Apple and shit. Baskets are more porous than buckets, hence increased liquidity. Good opportunity for weekly puts. Better than my entry. Spy's doing such cutes. Yeah, I guess so. Great assessment. I feel like I shouldn't be, but I'm super excited for big downs during SLD. I may or may not have purchased 270 381 Ps for 718. I don't even have a stop. Jesus Christ. ETFs sound dumb. Yeah, they do. I agree with you, turd. What's your stance on apple teenies? You know, whatever the like chemical flavoring is for like green apple, they put it in like Jolly Ranchers and candy and shit. I'm allergic as fuck to that. So I don't have a lot of opinions on it besides no. Jimmy puts or cover calls? I don't know. I don't really like covered calls. If you'd sold covered calls at any point this week, you could have been assigned. There's no way Kramer called the bottom correctly. I mean, once the boomers are in place, right? Then they can short it. Kramer's always right the next day. It's the day after that he underperforms. I've been saying not to sell covered calls like since last Wednesday when I bought mine back. My 250 cover calls are safe. Yeah, probably. 10 minutes until the SPY dies? 8 minutes? Yeah, maybe. Have you commented on the $250 million swap on XRT? There's shitloads of swaps on XRT. It's an ETF. It's a big ETF. Jafer says MM has a large positive hedge, something that normally doesn't happen for OPEX. Yeah, that doesn't even happen for like NOPEX, right? It's just the MM's just hedging the upside. Like they're staying pretty neutral, which is I don't like. So remember, if they're shedding their negative hedge, they're putting buy pressure on the underlying. If they're shedding a positive hedge, they're gonna tank the fucking stock. That's interesting. He didn't send me anything for intraday, so I'm not sure what their hedge looks like. I know they've been remaining mostly neutral. How much can we expect a big IV spike on GME by the end of next week, given the current price action? My 950s are awkward right now. I mean, we're moving into the stock split. I expect IV will go up. This doesn't feel anything like June. At least we dropped into June, right? This feels like, well, it feels like the OPEX week. It doesn't feel like the lead in to June OPEX. The lead in to June OPEX was great, right? It was like we had a nice drop. Everything was looking really good. And it looked like we were gonna like OPEX from a higher point, right? We hit this low at like 113 ish. Or no, wait, that's not June OPEX. This is June OPEX. We hit this low at like it might have been like yeah, I think it's like 113. I can't tell from here, but like 113, 114, right around there. And then, you know, Friday we moved up, Monday we moved up. It was looking great. And then we got porked right there. That's the porkening. We tapped 148 and then rug pull. So we moved down, but this entire week, which should generally be more downside, has been up, which is bad. Well, different, and different's bad. Giant XRT swap went through today for like $250 million. Okay. Why the fuck are you bearish? Because I don't trust this run at all. There's nothing to support it. There's no far dated calls. There's no delta, like far out on the chain. All of this is supported by nothing, right? It's like a house of cards. Is it bad only because you're short? I'm also long. I'm both. I'm much less short than I'm long. It doesn't mean I trust the run. It's not. We can tie all the volume in to what's driving it. So there's nothing supporting it that we don't know about because we have all that data. We know what it's supported by. That's not a fucking mystery. The mystery here would be, why aren't they just pushing back? It's so easy. And that's the crux, is they aren't pushing back, so why? Can't they? I'm always net bullish. I'd have to fucking buy like 20,000 contracts to be bearish. Or 2,800, fucking a lot. I'd have to buy a lot of puts. How many calls do I have? Hold on, I can tell you. Puts. I couldn't even afford to be bearish. It would cost. Yeah, I can't afford to be bearish. Because I have naked puts that I sold already at 125. So for me to be bear on margin too. So for me to be bearish, I would have to get 3,684 puts. To inverse the current position. That would make me like massively net like that would be like over 50%. No, 300. So I have a lot of sold puts. I'm trying to figure out the delta. I think I'm off. I'm multiplying, but I just need to multiply by 10. I'm not even sure if that's right, because that's not this. Hold on. That's not right. So plus let's just say point what 0.6 delta puts. If I do out of the money puts, it takes quite a lot. Well, no, but I have naked puts that I sold. So I'm trying to factor those in too. It's only So if I do 0.6 puts in the money. Okay, so for me to go 51% short, I need 440.6 delta puts. There we go. How much would 440.6 delta puts cost? If I bought weeklies, they're 670 at the ask. $294,800. So 300 grand to go net short for 2 days. And if I bought Theta on those, it'd be way fucking more money. Seems like a bad investment. Like if I bought August at that price, it'd be probably triple, right? SPY. 0.6 for August. It's not that much more. So the theta cost isn't that much. I feel like another 100 grand. Wow, 50 grand. Like another 50 grand. It's 780 a contract times 440 contracts. And that puts me at 51% short. It wasn't that much more for August. It was like 780 a contract. That's $343. Yeah, so it's like 50,000 more. Roughly. You're looking at July 15th. I thought I was looking at August. Oh, never mind. August is way more. August is 35 a contract. Yeah, it's like 700,000. I thought I pulled up the August chain already. It doesn't matter. It's not happening. Like, right? It's just stupid. What's entropy looking like these days? Still there. Like the OI is still on those sold far out of the money puts. I have like some OPEX position. I have Jan 950s. I'm just, I don't know. I don't trust this run. I think they're going to try to rug pull it. I'm not confident laying down large sums of money on calls if I think they're about to get immediately rug pulled. Even if they go back up, like, then I'm what? I'm fucking buying calls to break even? They're gonna buy like 140s at 140, and then they drop it to like 125, and then cover back up to like 160. That's fucking terrible. Pressing against both our 200 SMA on the daily at major resistance line with nothing to support this run. We're drilling the next 48 hours. Maybe. I don't really think technical analysis is gonna help us here much. I think this will simply be if the market maker flips the hedge or sheds the hedge, then they will just fucking destroy the weekly calls. Oh god, no, Tarb. Wait, everybody sell my puts before they drop it. Celia Nix's post about the 250 million XRT swap. They do swaps on XRT all the time, though. Don't they? I mean, it's like they do forward contracts to balance their NAV like multiple times a month. It's a big fund. Like $250 million is a pretty small part of it, I think. It's like a $700 million fund. If you're confident enough for calls, why not buy the stock? I have the stock. I have shitloads of this. I have more of the stock than I know what to do with. Happy 23rd, Gurk. Thanks, that guy, Yas. Appreciate it, man. Would be wise to buy weekly Jimmy puts if a rug pull is incoming. Not necessarily. I can't say that the put position I have bought has been worth it so far. To clarify, you aren't bearish on actual OPEX, just the build up to it? Yes. But them dropping the price to be bullish for OPEX since it will be lower. Yeah, because it gives retail an opportunity to position into farther dated calls, which have higher delta and present more reliable hedging to the upside. Stuff like this have only happened 3 times. I'd love to see the data on that. No, Shane. Why can't you just tell us what high we'll see, what and how many calls to buy, and when to sell? Seriously, the fact that we're all not rich yet is your fault. Did the market maker have a positive hedge in November? Just barely, and only on Friday. It's also how they were able to tank us so freaking hard on Freg's Day. If we follow that pattern, we dip tomorrow and go hard Friday, Monday. Possibly. But don't forget we split next week, too. Nice, good Godfrey. Well spoken. Hey, the spy die? No. Ooh. Sweet. I wonder how much call capitulation that was then. Ugh. Someone remind me at 3. That won't be enough time. So remind me at 3:38. Yeah, 3:39 to check this. Have we seen an entropy hedge put in place for this OPEX? We think we saw one go into place in June. My friend goes to me, he can't wait for the AMC split. Yeah, because that's the thing AMC needs the most is more shares. IV spiked on that drop. Interesting. That means put buying? Did they hit us with puts? What do you got, Zakir? Thank you. Ooh, JFresh stuff. What do we got? What time is this from? Oh, you sent me this 20 minutes ago? Selling puts, buying calls. Okay. Typical Wall Street bet spreads. Well, we know that's not fucking super stonk, right? Well, you know, it's starting to feel more and more like they are maintaining an elevated price because it prevents the buying of far dated calls. Right? My Tesla calls? No. Why did you buy calls on Tesla, Carl? It's too early. Oh, snap. We're giving it all back. Ah, sweet, sweet capitulation. Gap hunting? I don't know about that. Looks like more like 145s didn't want to hold overnight. And some put buying. I haven't forgotten that tomorrow's Bastille Day. That's why I bought puts. Where's the original VWAP hat? It's in its little, like, cleaning rack. It's drying. It's a little wet still. I don't want to wear it today. Actually, both of them. I have to wash the other one still. I sold 17 Tesla CCs earlier today. They're printing hard. Nice, dude. Also, I'm sorry for your loss. Unless you just bought Tesla, in which case, congratulations. Please do a stream with all three pads. You a dishwasher hat clean guy? Yeah. Are they cardboard brims? No, I think they're all plastic. Not to shill other channels, but NASA's talking about the James Webb photos on Twitch. Kind of cool. That is kind of cool, Carl. As someone who also bought Tesla for free, I respect that game start. Well held. Not to shill other channels, but Matt Kors buys based on what a bunch of other boys tell him to. Yeah, I generally do the inverse of what all you guys want me to do, don't I? You guys are like, why aren't you buying calls on Jimmy? And I'm loading up on puts. My job's harder. Hasn't worked yet. You know, the last time everyone gave me shit for buying puts, they printed. Actually, every time people have given me shit for buying puts, they've printed. Why don't you buy calls on Google? I've been watching it all day. I'm thinking about it. I really don't know, like, what effect the split is going to have versus SLD. Because Google's like one of those big fucking lumbering tech stocks that gets sold off a little bit for SLD, you know? Like Fang always gets hit hard on SLD periods, and it's already way below a reasonable price, but I think I could get it for cheaper, and I'm greedy. Tell me my 155 GME calls will print. Are they for August? I think the banks are going to actually have really decent earnings. I don't think the banks are going to get hit. If the banks got hit in this economy, that'd be crazy. They're lending at higher interest rates, and not just mortgages, right? You know, margin, collateral, all kinds of shit. They're actively trading, which they made a shitload of money off of last time. Because, you know, they decided that repealing certain laws in the 90s was a great idea. Fucking Clinton. It's like, yeah, let's let the investment banks speculate. That'll keep the market super fair and just. It's been great, but I have to paper hand my membership. Thanks for the great times. You know, you can do that and still hang out in here. The good, the bad, and the damn. It's not like you're dead to me. You're paper handing Long Johnson. I mean, it's okay. Yeah, Glass-Steagall. You'll get a gift sub within a day of it expiring anyway. Old Spy 715, 375, 381 spreads overnight. What spread? I don't know what spread you have. There's a lot of different types of spreads. Don't worry, guys. The drop was just me getting margin called. Glass-Steagall, same like pigeon whale? No. Good, the bad, and the Dan. Dude, well played. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
I gotta say, that was well played. Nobody's ever done that. All new Dillionaires or pigeon whales have been dead to me since I became a pigeon whale. Yeah, you got a spread guy? You should get a spread guy. He maybe could advise you on your spreads. Since becoming a Dillionaire, my kids hugged me for the first time. My wife finally told me she loved me. I can now run a 5-minute mile and my hair is growing back. Thanks, Skirk. No problem, the good, the bad, and the Dan. That was quick. What rapid improvement. Another 8,000 shares borrowed on iBorrowdesk. Cool. Can I just pull this up on the 1 minute so people can hold on? I think I can show people. There's the spy and GME, just like overlaid, sort of. Oh, see if I can line this up, or do I need to stretch it out more? Maybe. So see how like here we're not dropping with it, not relative. See how big the drop in the SPY is here versus us with this like little drop? And then the SPY starts moving back up, and so do we. But we were trading like 1-to-1 with the SPY. It's just that, you know, our upside is more extreme. So there's nothing like unusual going on here, right? Like even this, like fucking the whole day is just on track. Can I change the color of this so it's like easier for you to see what I'm talking about? There we go. This is what we're talking about when we're talking about like active funds, right? $338. Check the thing. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, bunch of 150Cs sold, 145s. I need like one more minute. Yeah, it needs another minute. Like, look how little variation there is. But you see how, like, you know, every time the SPY dips, we don't go down quite as much, right? Because they're dumping that internalization. So the SPY is having this larger percentage move to the downside compared to ours. And those are building up over the course of the day. So as the day transpires, you know, and more the SPY, you know, we move in greater proportion to the upside to the SPY, the deviation between the two becomes stronger and stronger. And that happens over several days, and you know, you end up where we're at right now. Thank you guys for reminding me. Ever since I became a Long Johnson, I've lasted 3 times as long and 5 times harder and 10 times greener. Thanks. You got it, dude. Okay, there we go. I got a little more data now. Yeah, 150s sold off hard. Negative 43,000. Delta. Lots of September 190C puts. See, that's the kind of shit that I want to see. Or 190p, sorry. Oh no, wait, those are C's. No, the Octobers are... So October 120 puts, September 190 calls. But these are sold. Okay. And the puts are bought. Interesting. What website are you using? Market Chameleon. I don't suggest spending the money on it. It's really not worth it. It's like nice for me to check and for us to pull data because they let us download it from their API, but I can't say it's like worth having as a trader.
Big words like internalization. Can you look at you can take a look at my port and instantly identify the day I began using trailing stop loss orders. You're the goat, you beautiful, ethnically ambiguous stud. Thank you, Patrick Swayze. Thank you so much. Which data source would you pay for? The ones worth paying for are too expensive. Would you consider adding your favorite free data sources to Pickle Financial Wiki on Reddit? I mean, you guys know them all already, right? For the most part, the free ones. Yeah, I could throw it up there. The last time I shared a free data source on the Discord, everyone fucking YOLO'd into it, crashed his server, and then he fucking stopped sharing data. Let's go back from AA. What's with the 12x Jimmy 137p? Are you expecting downs tomorrow? I mean, I think we're starting to get some today, maybe. Maybe not. Nope, we're not going down. Just the SPY. Only the SPY goes down. Fucking stupid. This is very bad for me if they don't get the price down below 140. If they get it below 140 and the 140s weekly sell off, then I'm going to be in a fantastic position. But if that doesn't happen, ugh. I don't get that much fucking YouTube money. I'm not paying NYSE $10,000 a month. Sorry, I missed the departure of the gigantic water bottle. What happened? One arm getting too swole? No, I just haven't. I cleaned it and then I haven't used it since. Well, it's because I'm not like running a hedge fund. Like I'm not gonna buy that shit, right? If we wanna quadruple membership costs, I'll be more than willing to set up, a fucking live options CBOE NYSE fucking server. but otherwise I'm not paying 50 grand a month for that shit. Go halvesies on NYSE data with Matt Kors. Maybe I could just get him to pay for it. It's not like he's gonna understand what he's looking at anyway. I have safe investments, some of them. You know. I do take money out and invest it into shit over time. Reverse membership split it is. Yeah, that's pretty much how that would work.
Think of the ROI potential the data has. That's questionable. What are your safe investments? Wheat and BBBY? No. I have like a bunch of I have Tesla, I have Microsoft, I have Apple, I have well, maybe Google. I have a bunch of Amazon now. What makes you think the price action is sustainable? It's not supported by anything. It's not supported by any volume. And the only thing propping it up are calls that expire in 2 days. So that's why. Fully inversing the SPY, I don't like that. It's interesting. I don't think we're fully inversing it. The SPY's just kind of chopping, and we're climbing on the buy pressure and not dropping because there's no sufficient sell pressure. Tesla's very safe. I just saw covered calls on it. And I bought it for nothing, so I don't really care about the price. An unusual well, someone bought 715 20 Cs, 3:45 p.m. today, 3.1 million premium. Okay. Sounds like FTDs. Philly? Maybe. I won't be able to check till after hours, though. Jimmy IV30's finally going up. Its IV30 might be going up, but it's like IV across the chain's been dropping. SPG or O better? I have O. I don't have SPG. I don't really know that much about it. You have to. I would research it. Explains the inverse. Yeah. Why aren't they shorting us? The question of the week. On REITs, how do you feel about PFLT over O? I want to back whoever can sell those arms. Interesting. I don't know. O has a lot of like capital to buy depreciating assets if we hit like a downturn in the real estate market. And I kind of like that. I probably won't hold O if it drops below like the growth I've made off of it. So my cost basis on O is kind of low. But like if O hit like 62, I'd probably sell out of it. What's the Philly floor doing this past week? Not much, apparently, unless there's 20 calls for them today. SPY broke down from the ascending wedge. Expecting a leg down tomorrow? Probably. Why can't the answer to the question be, why aren't they shorting us? Just be that the split is imminent? Or do we like the answer that they're being cautious and trying to think of all the other reasons too. I don't think it's so simple as the split is imminent, right? Yeah, I'd love to see proof of it. I'll have to look into that prestige. I don't really think it's that relevant. Didn't they open the one the last time it got fucking slapped on Reg Show? If you ignore this message, you will break your previous streak and set a new record at 23 of my messages ignored. Let's see if you can do it. Nope. Crap. 6.9. You need to do a lot of research into REITs before you buy into them. It's not so simple as like, what's its yield and how much does it cost? It's down like 70% from the bull market. Why? Why, like, that's the question you need. Why is it fucking down so much? There's a reason, right? You also have to be careful because a lot of those REITs have been buying properties with adjustable rate loans, right? And they're getting fucked on their loans right now. Like, O has cash, but these other REITs may not. You successfully ignored my super chat, but my ignored message count is only at 1, so I'll sit on my hands. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Plot twist, Gherk owns his building, and the person he's always complaining about is himself. Alright. That was worth not ignoring. Sorry I missed that, dude. Ivy increases on the sell-offs and decreases on the run-ups. What gives? It's a weird day, man. Just go with the flow. No day pulls, no pigeon whales, no Guybrush, no full bull. I feel like Greg is really trying to focus on investing more than entertaining us recently. What a shill. I know. I read that you are ready for a nuclear attack. You know, I think my basement has a fallout shelter. A lot of the buildings here do. Like the old buildings from like the 50s and 60s. They all have fallout shelters. Most of them have been repurposed for other things. I'm about this. This is gonna... Ooh, fuck. It was a good laugh for a stale joke. Thank you. That was pretty funny, Brett. At least it was to me. Imagine being stuck in a fallout shelter with your neighbor. Oh god. Well, but then oh god. I don't know. They were floor trades. I guarantee they're from fucking Philly. I'll check after Bell because I should have the data by then. The time and sales are going to be on 15 minute delay. Do you have kids? No. All those cows selling off. This job is brought to you by Soy Holding Stable. Cohen would. He would fuck me with fucking announcing shit tonight. Ding ding. The day is done. What another weird, strange day for GameStop with a big sell-off into close. Looks like the SPY sold off pretty hard into close also. SLD coming up over the next couple days. We'll see how this turns out. But the dive below VWAP, probably forecasting something, right? GME bouncing there, whatever. After hours shit shouldn't matter unless there's an announcement. Yeah, so pretty much straight uptrend today, following the SPY's movements, but slightly exacerbated as we saw earlier. FTDs are higher, but I really don't know how much that's affecting us. You know, it's probably we're seeing some effect from that. Like we have the ETF FTDs coming in right now. So we could be seeing, you know, that on these peaks where we're really rocketing above like the SPY's price action. But outside of that, I mean, it just looks like active funds and more shitty call buying. So you know, those contracts are losing theta pretty fast. We'll see how long they hold out for. If we open up tomorrow below 140 and drop it open, I could see a lot of panic selling of those short dated calls. 200, 715, 20C from Philly. Thank you so much. Yeah, I figured they would be. So we got here on the daily or on the longer time frame. Hold on, that's the SPY overlap. Close that. I'll go out here to the 1 hour. So we broke up. This is roughly like the EMA 200 right here. We broke out of it a little bit, but then, you know, came back down. We are a little bit above the trend here, though, right? This is, you know, almost as high as the June run. But, you know, if we're measuring the peaks here, I think, yeah, a little bit of a breakout. So, I mean, that's bullish, but the failure to break out is not. And with the market maker sitting on that positive hedge, I still really don't trust the rest of this week. Still bullish for next week. Has nothing to do with OPEX, just kind of has to do with the lead up into OPEX. Is I don't like or trust this. The volume isn't there. There's nothing backing this push to the upside. They're just letting it run, and likely because they can shut it back down. I didn't forget and leave the stream on. So I think if we see a hard downturn in the market tomorrow, we might see a return to like 135, maybe even 130, 126, depending on how hard the market drops with SLD. A lot of that'll be, you know, determined based on what futures look like tonight. They're already down 37, 38 basis points right now and could start falling even faster. PPI tomorrow pre-market, yeah, that could be pretty damaging as well. So, oh, you know what? There's some in the money puts coming in for August. That's interesting. Okay, so JFresh says there's some in the money puts coming in for August as well, which may be, you know, the beginning of them actually shorting something. Yes, PBIF down, leading indicator. Yeah, the PBI can be rough. Downs kicked off by bank earnings. I don't know. I still feel like banks aren't going to do that bad, man. You know, this is like a favorable economy to banks, right? I said mini 120 puts are bought a significant amount. It's decent. You know, it's like 29,000 negative delta. My limit sell for SPY options filled after hours. I didn't think that was possible. Yes, it is. The SPY trades options till 4:15. As do a few other things like the VIX. What streaming program do you use? Like OBS? I'm seeing fund managers saying they're going to sell into strength. Every economy is favorable for banks. Yeah, true. Yeah, and they're reporting earnings from like the period where interest rates started going up. So it'd be interesting if they were losing money during that time. I think most of them were very well positioned after November to handle the recession. Recession fears less lending. No, they're still lending just as much, just at a higher rate. Don't forget all the other lending outside of homes, right? Overnight borrow rates on their long positions up, margin up, treasury yields up. Banks are killing it on that kind of shit. That's not large. There's no proof of any swap. I'd have to look. I haven't seen anything yet. I have no comment on it. Also, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Just because something was swapped doesn't mean it's gonna have any effect on anything. You got it, KL. Thank you so much, man. IBKR, 20 shares available, 37.87% fee. It didn't climb up a lot today, huh? Heading out. Have a good night. Thanks, Christian. You too, man. All right, guys. I'll see you later. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. We'll see what's going to happen with this SLD stuff. Thank you so much and have a great night.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Riku! Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.